there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So we'll weave in your stories, all of our stories as far as the pandemic, what we endured. But I do, because it's so easy to forget. And so in many ways, I do see a silver lining in what's happening with Fauci in the hot seat. Thank you, and thank God for Senator Rand Paul, who stuck to his guns. And that's why we need a diversity of people within Congress, right? As a doctor, he knew he had the background, the medical background to ask the right questions. And by the way, upcoming, my next guest, who you know well, we've gotten to know Meg Brock over the years. She was from Northampton, a mommy, a young mommy, Northampton County, Northampton in Bucks County, I should say, asking the right questions, as many of us were. But Meg, as well, a photographer, award-winning photographer, but as well a nurse, so a medically trained individual. And so that's really what it takes. She knew something wasn't right, not just because of her great mom instincts, but as well because of her medical training. And so that's where Rand Paul really, I think, was able to catch Fauci in his lies. So we're going to continue. We'll weave this in, the local with the national, how it affects all of us, and make sure that we don't forget. We remember what was done to us, the damage done, right? Let's take you to, this is Senator Josh Hawley, as we continue with Fauci, who continues to be a coward and refuses transparency, even though he worked for us. So here's Hawley putting Fauci in the hot seat.
Silence is admission. Mm-hmm. And here's the real thing. At the end of the day, it wasn't just about the money, really, was it? It was really about a power trip. I mean, through all of this, you want to be the most famous scientist in the world. You were so focused on getting every award and every drop of cash that you could, all because you wanted to be on TV. You wanted to be the sun god of science. You wanted to be the guy who was in charge of it all. You wanted to lambast Trump. You wanted to make sure that nobody else stole your spotlight. You wanted to be the guy. You had time to sit for InStyle magazine. Here's what you were doing with your time. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you can't answer questions for the American people. You could sit for InStyle magazine, but you're here taking the fifth. You could sit for InStyle magazine and get $1 million in cash awards, but now the cat's got your tongue. I bet he does. I tell you what, here's my conclusion from all of this. This was really all about you the whole time. Somewhere along the way, you lost your way. You may have been a good public servant at one time, I don't know. But what I can tell you from reading your emails now, from looking at what you did, how you used your employees, somewhere along the line, it became all about you. You became a narcissist and a megalomaniac and a liar. And you've lied to the American people, and you've lied to this body. And you've disgraced your profession by doing it. You called yourself the most famous scientist in the world. You've done more to harm science than anybody in my lifetime. And I hope you'll go home and write that in your diary.
Thank you, Senator Josh Hawley, who, by the way, is obviously a U.S. Senator, Republican, and attorney representing the state of Missouri, but as well, he was, before that, he was Missouri's Attorney General. So that's Josh Hawley. Good for you. To me, personally, when I look up at the monitor and I see Dr. Fauci, what I see is the face of evil. And I think that's what we have to keep this in perspective, because there's good and there's evil. To me, there's no gray. Anybody who hurts my kids is dead to me, honestly. But somebody who would go out of their way, such a narcissist, dear diary, right in his diary, right? And couldn't help but the truth, puts the truth in there, thank God, I guess. Thought it would never come out. But I have to look back and reach back over the years to those of you who've maybe like Meg Brock, who's now an investigative reporter, but started out as somebody who I first got to know as a local mom, much like Beth Ann Rossica, right, in Chester County. So these great, and many of you, we've become friends of so many of you as we talk about this, that you had that instinct, and I think parents more than anybody, moms and dads, but especially a mom, we all have this instinct. This is not right. This doesn't make sense to me. And Meg Brock is one of those people, wise, a mom, who started going, and yes, registered nurse, so the medical training helps. But Meg was like, doesn't smell right. And Meg, I'll never forget it. And I'm so proud of you as I watch how this has shaped your life, your family's life. So first of all, thanks for coming on. It's been a little bit, but and has gone on to be an award-winning now investigative reporter, Daily Wire. And you know Meg, I know you all follow her. Meg, first, how are you doing? And your reaction, I know it's a big one, to Fauci right now under fire.
Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks. Thank you for having me. It's nice to be back on here. Yeah, I think that we're all I think nobody's really getting the what they wanted, and that was answers. Mm-hmm. I think this whole time everybody has wanted answers and transparency, and I know my whole story in Bucks County was directly tied to just wanting answers about what was going on and why certain decisions are being made. So I think that today is just another step in that frustration of nobody really getting the answers that they want.
And over the years, you know, we had talked, and I know that you've won pretty much everything that has come to fruition with these cases. But just for those of you who are new or who haven't heard the whole story, so Meg filed some Freedom of Information requests, pretty standard, any citizen can do it. And so what you found and then exposed within Bucks County at the time, then found out that in fact, I believe it was when you your phone was dead, you used your husband's phone, you realized Bucks, they blocked you. And I mean, yes. It's a crazy story.
Yes, it was crazy. Yeah, I mean, there was just a short recap is I was one of the parents who saw what was going on with school closures, who was called all kinds of names and wanted to understand why the Bucks County Health Department wasn't following the advice of our medical director, Dr. David Damsker. And so in filing those requests, the county tried to not give me the records that I asked for. They did block my phone number. I mean, that was actually not real. That happened before I filed a single public records request. And I did discover that. And then there was a whole effort to kind of defame my character in order to make it seem like it was appropriate to block my phone number. And ultimately, I had 5 lawsuits filed against me for just wanting answers. And after 3 years of court, I did win those lawsuits. So that was a good thing to have won.
I mean, it's crazy that it took years, number one, and good for you. I mean, you have such a great, barometer, if you will. I mean, a great compass, because you had that instinct and then you went with it. And I think that's a testament to you as well as your husband, your upbringing, your family, because you've talked about the support. But in this one, you won these public records, legal victories against Bucks. And in fact, the courts found the county acted in bad faith under the Commonwealth's right to know laws. Good for you. Moving forward, what lessons would you share about this? And even in the backdrop now of the rearview mirror, thinking about what's going on. We've got a major election upcoming. We've got Fauci, who's probably never going to have to really be held accountable, except within the fact that it probably crushes the narcissist, that he won't be remembered as this, whatever, God or something. But what lessons do you want people to take from what you have shown your community, our community?
I think for me, the biggest lesson is that America is an amazing country, and it's at a place where even in the midst of all of the things that feel so far outside of our control, any person can make a difference. And anyone can make a difference in their community. You can make a difference in your school. I think, I don't know if you're familiar, there was a story about, I think it was 10 years ago, I just saw a post about the anniversary about a horrible, horrible, tragic story about a teenage girl who was killed in foster care. And I remember reading that story a couple years before all of this happened and just thinking like, wow, nobody really stood up for this poor young girl who was in my county. And it made me just so sad and so grieved. And I remember thinking to myself, if I'm ever in a situation where I have the opportunity to advocate for what's right for a child, I'm going to take it. And sure enough, that's what has happened. So I think something we can all do. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what your job is. Everyone can be an advocate for what's right. And I think that's really the big lesson that I've learned in all of this.
Yeah, I mean, I think I actually, that was the story of Grace Packer, 14 years old, horrific story. 'Cause I covered it for TV and for us because that was the Zioli show back then. And I still work for the TV station. But it was Grace Packer, gagged, bound, tied up, left in a hot attic in Richland Township, PA, and it was premeditated rape, murder. It was horrific.
Horrific, absolutely horrific. Yes, that's it.
And so that's just it. Out of all of this is born. So now you're an investigative reporter. You have moved on to expose. In fact, speaking of kids in foster care, I think in at least one of your pieces, we talked about the fact that kids in foster care, and by the way, First Lady Melania Trump, that's her focus to help kids in foster care. But what we learned with the so-called, these sex changes, that there were individuals, let's just say, who focused on foster kids. They seemed disproportionate that they were signed up to get some of these surgeries, and you've exposed that as well.
Yeah, what's going on in foster care, and with the transgender movement, there definitely has been you think about the story of Grace, and you think about kids who are being cared for by the government like that, that they are very, very, they're probably the most vulnerable kids amongst us, arguably. And there has definitely been a push within child welfare services to really open up a pipeline and add further confusion to children who are already confused, and then also to demonize parents and even take children away from parents who are trying to get their child out of this gender cult and help them realize that they are who they are. So that's definitely, it is interesting to look back and see how there are all of these threads. But I appreciate all the work that you do and bringing attention to these issues. And I think that there are so many people who really do care about America and care about the nation's future and care about our children.
Well, Megan,
that's great.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's great to catch up with you. You've done amazing work, and we appreciate you. And keep the fight up. We're really proud of you, Meg Brock.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dawn.
Thank you. You take care.
Thank you. Bye.
So we'll get to more. I just want to remind you, it's important because it's so easy in our day to day, right, to get caught up with the now and tomorrow, and we're all busy. But this day to think about, and it's really a time capsule. As I look up, you think about Fauci, you think of it. I know Dan has been monitoring what's going on with the break. They had a break, so don't worry, you're not missing a thing with Fauci on the hot seat. Upcoming, you'll hear Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. You'll hear from him as well. So we'll keep updating you when those happen. But it's important that we don't forget, and also that we don't lose the fire. You see what I'm saying? Think about what Meg Brock just said. So here's a mom, and she chose not to be a sheep. And that's the thing about it. None of you, we're not sheep. We're not necessarily a follower that's blindly just going to go, oh, okay, they told us to stand on the dot and wear the mask and do this and do that. And so that's important. And to push for the accountability of those who forced us to do those things, and then ask ourselves, why? Why did they do that? It wasn't because they were just stupid or ignorant, or maybe some people did, but it's more than that. It was they saw an opportunity to use, here's the sick part, to use the pandemic, COVID, etc., to use it as a blunt force object to get control over us, and more importantly, our parental rights and what? Our kids, the schools. So it's all tied together. That's the evil that the Democrat Party overall, not all of them, have been responsible for. And so that's why we've got to call it out, and we got to fight. This is a call to action. What are we all going to do? We've got an upcoming election. What are you going to do? And voting, well, it's just not enough. 855-839-1210. We got to talk about it. Can't wait for Linda Kearns just to get her reaction. Brilliant attorney. truthfully, and family attorney, but also election integrity attorney. You know, there is this feeling, and it comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving exactly where you belong. So thank you, Piazza Auto Group. As always, I'm broadcasting from the Piazza Premium Automobiles and Piazza Autogroup.com studio. But during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you discover these exceptional offers going right now on a remarkable selection. New vehicles, GLC and GLE SUVs. You just visit your authorized Piazza dealer, Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City, New Jersey. Experience the luxury, innovation, performance that truly sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration happening right now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIA-ZZA, PiazzaAutogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. At Cozy, we design every piece ourselves, right here, family-owned, and with the quality you deserve. People always ask me, Paul, does custom cost more? And I always say no. What costs more is settling for something that won't last. When you work with me directly, you get a piece you'll treasure for generations. Come step up to the 5th C at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, the storm cleanup continues across our region. 76 degrees right now, heating up to 79. Partly cloudy as we dry out. Just checking the news, right? I talk about media malpractice right before we'll get back to Fauci. We got Linda Kearns in the House, our great election. Integrity, a woman of integrity, attorney and local family attorney. But looking at the local stations, I don't see this Fauci testimony front and center. I'm just pointing it out to you and talking about luggage issues lingering at PHL after an IT outage and some weather disruptions. That's a big story here, Dan.
Yeah, I guess so.
We got the luggage. Got to worry about the luggage. And, the storm is the storm and the flooding and the cleanup and the muck. But that's all big. And, of course, it's a great local story. But, just looking, not a lot of coverage of this. Isn't that interesting that it's not front and center? Why is that? Ask yourself. 855-839-1210 is the number to call because, we had storms, we had flooding, we had damage, we had rescues, we had miracles, we had first responders doing a great job. All true. But this, I don't know. I think that if things were different and this were, on the flip side, this were more something that was negative or detrimental to the other party, I think it'd be front and center. I think everybody would be taking it live or at least have one of those double box pictures and we'll talk about it more. I'm just saying. 855-839-1210. Dan Borowski in the house. Hey. Linda Kearns is here. Hey, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Dawn.
Linda, did you have any flooding where you were? Did you see any?
In Center City? No.
Nothing in Philadelphia?
No, not really.
That's what we were remarking, that in some area, depending on where you are, South Jersey, Bucks County, Berks County, but Greg and Nick earlier were saying they didn't even get that much rain. So it's weird.
Well, I'm certainly glad I wasn't out on the Schuylkill because sometimes when it rains, parts of that Schuylkill get really just flooded.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
So I'm glad everybody's safe. So
you're looking all recovered from the bike ride.
Yeah, I am. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. man, see, this is where I'm like, oh, like we get so into it that I forget where I am sometimes. It just that the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, the big bike ride, which what was that just 3-4 days ago, and now it feels like a year ago because I'm so knee deep in the mud and evil of Fauci that I forgot. So sorry about that.
You know, it's crazy.
What?
I'm similar to you right now because
we get into breaking news mode.
We come in with Linda, and
I
I don't
know.
even have.
Yeah.
I don't have any Elvis going.
It's
Like, what the hell's going on?
Take a breath.
Whew.
And Linda,
doesn't that just reset you to hear the king?
The king.
And he is the king. I know we have LeBron James coming to Philadelphia, but he's not the true king. He's maybe the king of basketball.
Elvis.
But let's not displace Elvis.
This is true. And Linda Kearns, thank you. So Linda sponsored my sons, donated I don't even know, thousands. I mean, you were just so generous.
And you can still donate. You can always donate, but I heard Greg say that you can donate until April or August 15th to get credit for your team. And, people who donate a lot can make sure Greg sits on top of a dunk tank, which is totally what I'm looking forward to.
And another event. So we can have a dunk tank event.
There you go.
Dunk Greg and whoever we decide. But thanks for your generosity, my friend. You're the best.
Oh, no problem. Hey, for the children behind the badge, anything.
Yeah. And I know that just the pictures, everything that went on, it's amazing. It really is to see Maureen Faulkner, to see Judy Cassidy. We love you. Marissa Fitzpatrick, we love Fitzgerald, I should say. We love you.
Has Larry recovered from that grueling drive
I
behind
know.
the bikers?
I know. He was a lifesaver because it turns out one of David's tires, actually my son, the tire blew up.
Ooh.
It didn't just go flat. I had 2 flats, but I didn't have anything blowing up. It's crazy.
Oh.
So let's get to it. What do you want to do?
Yeah, so I actually want to address a comment. In the comment, the chat, Joe from Columbus says, why aren't the Dems in the hearing pressing Fauci unless he was one of their proponents? Bernie Moreno, Dawn, just went off on a similar topic on Fauci. I actually had to censor it. I have it ready to go. You want it?
Yep.
Here you go.
It was about 6 years ago.
I don't have it ready
today.
to go. Let me get this out. Yeah. Yeah, it was a fail.
Do you want to go? Let's go to
I have it. I'm sorry. I have the sound. It's just, there we go.
Senator Moreno.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the do you think you were for doing that?
Thank you.
It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did.
Nope.
You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace. So let me ask you an opportunity to answer one question. Will you apologize, just apologize, to the people who you harmed through your actions? Will you say, do you have the dignity to just say you're sorry?
Nope. Silence.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Just reading this little
weasel. I think that we should cool it on the public servant talk because according to Google, his final federal salary was $480,000 a year, and he now gets a federal retirement pension of around $350,000 a year. So let's cool it on the public servant talk.
Yeah.
I think those of us who work in the private sector feel a little more like servants because we're not accumulating, that kind of money. So let's just not call him a public servant.
Yeah, I believe he was at NIH when he was there. I mean, one of, if not the highest paid. But that was Senator Bernie Moreno, obviously Republican from Ohio, questioning Dr. Fauci, I think he has now invoked his Fifth Amendment right, which is his right. But I think at this point it's well over, I think it's like 73 plus times that he has to say it each and every time.
Yeah, because Biden pardoned him. So it's going to be difficult to prosecute him for any federal crimes. But if he says something now, he could get prosecuted for something he says now. So that's why his lawyers advised him not to speak. Basically.
So as an attorney, you're not surprised.
No.
So in this one, could he selectively, because you can't just say, hey, I'm going to invoke the Fifth for the whole. So could he selectively answer some questions? Could he?
He could, but it's clear that he's taking the party line that he's the victim.
Mm-hmm.
And that the Republicans are crucifying him. And he knows that the Democrats and people who vote for Democrats will take on the Democrats' party line, which is that Fauci's the victim of the Republicans and that he was the hero during the pandemic. So I think that he's just going to not talk. He'll just continue to invoke his Fifth Amendment right. And then I don't know if he'll go on a speaking tour. He may go to a very friendly outlets and just not, be very, be scripted in what he says.
So if he does any interviews or any speaking tours or anything of that nature, there's that saying, anything you say can and will be used against you.
He has to be very, very careful because the pardon can't go forward. The pardon goes backward. So that's where he has to be very careful.
And then, but let me just ask one more thing to Linda, because I raised this earlier. So I just want to ask this is important, that we found out later, because it was as President Trump was being sworn in. We were, of course, all together at the Newtown Athletic Club. Great day there with many of you. And so we had no idea that as all of the inaugural celebrations were going on, in fact, Fauci was among those getting this blanket big pardon. And so with that, if it was indeed an auto pen, Linda Kearns, if it was an auto pen situation, it wasn't President Biden doing that, is there any recourse to how that went down, and how unusual is that was happening, that particular pardon of this guy?
Well, I would hope that it was highly unusual they were using an auto pen for a pardon, because that means the person that you need their signature is not there. The pardon power is granted to the president under the United States Constitution. So our founders intended it. It's a broad power. The Constitution actually says the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, except in cases of impeachment. So that's for federal crimes. I would think, though, if they can prove that it wasn't the president who granted it, was it just staff members? Did Joe Biden even know about it? Maybe they could cut through and invalidate it, but I think that would be a high bar to prove that, because I'm sure all the staffers who were responsible are going to close ranks, and we're not going to hear from them.
And so, I mean, that's a piece of it, though. I just want the transparency. And I think that's why President Trump makes the point whenever he does the executive orders and different things, he does it publicly. He does it before the reporters, right?
I mean, I would think auto pen would be used for like the Christmas card or, a fundraising letter or maybe even the letters. Sometimes I think the president sends out letters to high schoolers and so forth, like, good job, congratulations. But it shouldn't be used it should be used very, very sparingly.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Dan, you had a question for Linda?
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask her about this pardon situation, and I think I kind of lost my moment there. It was a commentary from Rand Paul, who had this to say. Just wanted your immediate thoughts on that.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider, after this hearing, what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today.
He goes on to say that he's breaking the law by the Fifth Amendment privilege doesn't exist. There's no danger of self-incrimination because of the pardon. Your thoughts?
Oh, that he has a valid point there, because you can't incriminate yourself if you can't be prosecuted. Now, he could be technically prosecuted by a state, and you don't know that now because you don't know if any state crime is going to be charged against him. I mean, I think that would be unlikely. But sure, they could continue to go after him, like for contempt of Congress charges and so forth.
What about obstruction?
Yeah,
because we heard that too.
Or obstruction. Absolutely. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I'm not sure where this is going to go. Obviously, Rand Paul's not letting go of it, which I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
that
I do
from
too.
him. Yeah,
I mean,
and that senator from Ohio, loving him.
Yeah, Hawley.
That's how some of these people make their names, I think.
Moreno, Hawley's fantastic.
Yeah,
but in this one, the whole thing to me just stinks. And when I think about the ridiculous board that they put together and the hearings where they were going to impeach President Trump, and then I think of that whole circus.
The show trial,
the show trial that was ridiculous, that the media covered wall to wall. And it didn't even cut, they had like a TV producer producing it or whatever. It was not even an official proceeding with everybody under oath and stuff like that. To me, I just think every American person, no matter who you are, we're all affected by this man and his lies. And clearly they are lies. If you look at, you just can cross-reference what he said when he said it and the diary. And so the fact that the media is not covering this and they cover the show trial so intensely is bothersome. And I think it wipes away even more credibility of so-called mainstream media, Linda.
Yeah, I'm reading. Google says that Fauci secured a memoir deal with it's valued at $5 million. I don't think he wrote any memoir yet, but that's probably why he kept this diary. So the entire time, the rest of us are following these ridiculous, guidelines like 6 feet, away from each other in these stupid masks. He's writing all this up because he figures, hey, I'll make a lot of money and publish a book. I mean, Dawn, even going back to that time, which I hate to even think about, at the time I thought it was ridiculous. Like, what's 6 feet? Like, what's 6 feet versus 5 feet?
At the Acme?
Yeah, and some of those stores still have them because they were stickers on the ground and, they didn't come up off the tile. And you go into a restaurant and you have to have the mask on while you're walking to the bathroom, but not while you're sitting at the table. The whole thing was ridiculous.
But to your
point,
it was
nonsense.
It was ridiculous. And to your point, and earlier, and I'm glad you brought this up, because earlier I had said, and this was, 6, 7 o'clock this morning, but the fact of, you're exactly right about the book, in my humble opinion, because why would this little narcissist write all these notes, in particular Barbara Streisand? And so it was February 20. You know where I'm going.
Yes, he's ridiculous.
With the sores on her butt. The sore, it's like, she's like, doctor, I've got these sores. It's because she had shingles.
Yeah.
And she had these sores that wouldn't heal on her rear end in February of 2021, which is a very private thing, whether you like her or you don't like her, whatever. But she's talking about this, asking if this is safe. And he says, yeah, it's safe, whatever, and put whatever he told her. It rubs the lotion on the sores on the butt, whatever he told her. But the fact that he would put something like that in his diary, Linda, think about that. If you're a doctor and you have integrity, you're not gonna publicize that. I think he was saving that little tidbit for his, to your point, for his little book.
What do you think he'll write in his diary tonight? That I sat in the congressional hearing looking scared and constipated, basically, repeatedly evoking my Fifth Amendment right. I mean, the guy does look like he's about to get sick.
Yeah,
but I don't feel sorry for him. I mean, I don't wish harm on anybody,
no.
But I don't feel sorry for him. That entire period was completely ridiculous, and you can still tell the children that were affected by that. Like, you can still, because those children are now, in college. Well, I mean, some of them are now entering high school, some of them are in college, some are entering the workforce. You can still see those children that were affected by that, and I'll never forgive him.
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I cannot believe this is happening today. It's almost surreal as we think about what we've been put through. And that's what makes me sick. You know what, Dan, can we get to Fetterman? Our Pennsylvania Senator Fetterman, I don't know, has McCormick, is he on this thing too? I'd love to hear from our Pennsylvania guys.
Fetterman, here you go. What is going on with my...
Uh-oh.
Is he wearing a suit?
I'm not here to perhaps attack you or defend or anything. It's really just more, honestly, I just want to acknowledge I have had members of my family die from COVID, and now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost their business through the pandemic, and they'll never been the same. Now, during the pandemic, I was the lieutenant governor, so we were in the middle of all of that maelstrom, trying to find the right balance between protect life and protect the economics and for all of it. And I'm not sure if we got it all right or wrong, but without a doubt, I can continue to question myself. But one that it's not about much more your regrets, but I have one, and that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And early on, that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that became a very partisan thing. And now, it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, for all of that. So, and I now cede the remain back to the chair. Thank you.
Senator Murray.
So Fetterman knows he's going to plead the fifth, so he doesn't, I guess he wants to spare him from having to say, I plead the fifth.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't ask him a question. I mean, Fauci's probably totally relieved. Okay, I don't have to say my statement again.
But in that one, Fetterman is not, some of the Democrats, I think, are defending him or that sort of thing. But in that one, I don't see Fetterman, he's giving his opinion, but he's also not being kind, friendly, or supportive.
No, I mean, look, Fetterman is not a very good, loyal Democrat. But I also want to note he'd make a terrible Republican because he constantly votes against Trump. So before anyone gets too excited, maybe he'll switch over to the Republican Party. He would be the worst Republican ever. He would vote with us less than, the senator from Maine or the senator from Alaska. He would be a disaster as a Republican.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, I think he's a popular guy because in this day and age, who do you trust? And so that's just it. He's somebody that at least he's authentic. At least he's true to what he says.
Yeah, he does seem to be speaking his mind.
This is true.
And I like that he said it was completely partisan, whether you believe Dr. Fauci or not, or you believe the wet market story or the lab story. But I mean, everything has become so partisan.
This is true. Let's take a quick break. If we can, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back with Linda, more on the breaking news of the day, and talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cans. It's been this hot, muggy summer, although hopefully today we're only at 76 degrees. We can drive. We can in fact, we can at least dry out a little bit after all the rain. All everybody wants to do is stay cool. So if you live in an older home or you have a room in your home that does not have ductwork, do what we did in my family. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, and now plumbing as well. They installed a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split in our home office. And man, what a game changer it has been for us, especially in this heat that we've had. Learn more about a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit and visit my guys, MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinECans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
How about a summer Friday down in Cape May, huh? It's Rich Zioli. I want you to join me
at my happy place, which will be your happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, August 7th, 3 to 6 p.m. Old school PM drive show. It's going to be a blast. We'll have fun. We'll hang out. That's Friday, August 7th, 3 to 6 p.m. at the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. You don't want to miss this, so spend a summer Friday with us.
My name is Joanne Mattia, and I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. The closer you are to retirement, the more you realize that that paycheck is not going to be coming in anymore. The best thing to do is to contact Crash Proof Retirement. The Crash Proof Retirement system helps me actually to fight inflation. The fact that I can take money out monthly for my monthly expenses and still have the bulk of my money available to me and still earning interest is very, very important to me. It's not something that is stagnant. It's always growing. I have a history with Crash Proof Retirement, and it's been one of confidence and reliability. I'm retired now, and I don't worry about my income, and I don't worry about my expenses, and that's what's the most important to me.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty, old, slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to My Computer Career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Sunshine with some clouds will continue through the afternoon. It'll be warm. There will be a chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm with a high around 84. For tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 68 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, partly sunny conditions continue. Slight chance for a shower or storm with a high again 84.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deploy 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
Senator Hawley's just messing with Fauci.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one.
You know,
so that is Senator. Let me just give you this as far as attorneys go. I will say this. I know that they've been going on, and Fauci has invoked his Fifth Amendment right, 75 plus times at this point. But it's not a circus and it's not funny. But I will say this: that our friend Matt Rooney, Save Jersey. He had just sent me this, that when he talks about Senator Rand Paul and Anthony Fauci, one of the moments that was crazy, I think, this morning and notable was when Senator Rand Paul, the Republican from Kentucky who chairs this committee, he had actually had Anthony Fauci's attorney removed from the chamber following all these different warnings and disruptions. And so I believe that what he's getting at is that if this attorney looks familiar, I think this attorney was involved as well in representing Gold Bar Bob. So I think that's where Rooney is going with this, that the attorney, in fact, hasn't had a lot of good luck in court with cases and clients.
Is Senator Menendez, is he still in jail or prison?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You know, Dawn, I was thinking, and I was kind of watching it on the monitor here, and I think one of the senators may have brought this up, but why Fauci made an opening statement,
yes.
And there's something called opening the door or waving, and if I was there questioning, and we didn't get to watch the whole thing, and maybe someone did this, but I would have said, okay, Dr. Fauci, well, let's talk about what you said today. Like,
yes.
You said that I meaning Rand Paul, am obsessed with your prosecution. What was obsessive about what I did? And he invokes the Fifth and say, hold on, Dr. Fauci, you opened the door for this. You're the one who said it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that that you said in your opening statement that we're just trying to get you to say something that would vindicate my pledges that I end up that you end up behind bars. So what exactly, would you say? You opened the door, Dr. Fauci. You made this big opening statement. Let's just focus on that right now. It's because you waived your Fifth Amendment privilege.
Well, it's funny because during the commercial break, I said, Dan, do you have any of Fauci? So we're all on the same wavelength. But his opening statements, do we have a little bit of?
However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote.
Well, Dawn,
any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
Does he make it moot
well,
in
Dawn,
any way?
He said Rand Paul slandered him. Mm-hmm. Slandered means that you say something that you know to be false. So I would say, okay, Dr. Fauci, then let's just concentrate on that opening statement. Mm-hmm. What did Rand Paul ever say that was knowingly false? You said it in your opening statement. You said it was slander. So why don't we just stick to that? Because you didn't waive your you didn't invoke your Fifth Amendment right until after you said that. So let's just focus on that. And I probably would have pegged him on that and just keep pelting him with that question.
But is there a legal argument here to say, since you gave an opening statement, you somehow undermined or made moot your own argument to invoke the Fifth moving forward?
I would argue that anything he said in that opening statement was up for grabs. And because he said that Rand Paul slandered him, meaning that Rand Paul lied about him, I would have said, okay, let's develop that a little further, Dr. Fauci. Exactly what did Rand Paul say that ever slandered you? You didn't invoke your privilege until after you said that. So let's just focus on that. I probably would have pelted him a little bit on that. I mean, look, he's not going to answer, Dawn. He's just not. I mean, this whole thing is a show trial. He's not going to answer. I think that half of America is going to say he's the victim. Half of America is going to say he victimized us. There's going to be some people in the middle, and just like with every issue. How
unusual is it for the attorney David Schertler, who also represented, the now disgraced, former, Congressman Menendez, Senator Menendez of New Jersey, who's behind bars. How unusual is it for this high-profile criminal attorney, David Schertler, to be, kicked out basically because he was interrupting the procedure?
Yeah, well, I think that these, quote unquote, high-profile attorneys just kind of make the rounds, and that's probably where Fauci got him. But no, I would be embarrassed if I was that attorney. He should have, gone by the procedure in the chamber, and the fact that he was kicked out, that should be an embarrassment to him. But I don't think these people are capable of embarrassment. I did see during the break, one of the other senators, and I couldn't see who it was, I don't know all these guys by face, that apparently Lois Lerner was held in contempt of Congress for reading an opening statement, then pleading the Fifth. So maybe we'll see that. Because I did see a senator talking about that, and then one of my friends just reminded me that by text. So maybe we'll see that. Maybe he'll be held in contempt. Because, look, if Fauci was my client, I would have said, don't say a thing. I would have said, don't even say an opening statement. Like, maybe say, my name is Dr. Fauci, and that's it. I would not have let him ramble on like that. But I tend to be a little more, conservative with clients, because I don't want to open anything up. But if Lois Lerner was held in contempt for reading a statement and pleading the Fifth, then let's hold Dr. Fauci in contempt.
So that was back in, just to refresh everybody, April of 2014. And this was the Oversight Committee. This was, remember, when the accusation was that the IRS had been weaponized, and she was the IRS official, Lois Lerner. So she was held in contempt exactly for what you're saying. And we've heard from a couple different senators who suggested that he's doing obstruction and that sort of thing.
So hopefully this won't be the last of it. But, I saw because he's done now, he walked out, or at least I saw that on the monitor here in the studio. And he's probably just, what is he writing in his diary?
Yeah.
The cameras followed me down the hallway to the elevator.
Well, and by the way, just a little bit on the diary, because I think it's significant. It was typewritten, not written by hand. I think he was, chronicling this every day on his computer for the point that you stated. He wanted his big book deal.
Yeah.
And I mean, the donuts with his, they got donuts with my face on it, and so on and so forth. Dan, where do you want to go here? I know that Rand Paul just spoke in the hall. There's a lot.
You want to go to Rand Paul?
Yeah. So right when they've recessed for their bathroom break or whatever, lunch break. Yeah. Rand Paul, reporters.
It's already been scheduled for next week for a vote on contempt of Congress. Referral.
There it is.
Contempt of Congress. If the vote is affirmative, it will be sent to the Department of Justice. They will have to make a decision whether to pursue this. I think there is an argument. This has probably never been tested legally. If you've been granted complete immunity, we didn't grant him immunity, but President Biden granted him complete immunity. With the grant of immunity, do you still need Fifth Amendment protections, or do they apply? So, and telling that all he had to do today was tell the truth. If he testified and told the truth, even if he admitted to destroying thousands of records, which we think happened, there's no penalty that attaches. It would just be the truth.
How do you respond to his comments that you have an unhinged obsession with him?
I think if you look at all of the questions that were asked, they're all very, very serious questions. One of the questions, was about the particular type of furin cleavage site, that its codons were CGG. This was actually seen by a Nobel laureate, David Baltimore. I don't know what his political partisanship is, but a famous microbiologist or molecular chemist who said that was the smoking gun that made him think that it came from the lab. All of these were scientific questions. There were some questions about, being him entertaining and advocating with government employees for monetary prizes and awards. But that's a legitimate oversight question. If he was using government employees to apply for $1 million award, I think that's a legitimate question. I heard very few questions today that I would say were unhinged or politically motivated. I don't think any of the questions that I put forward, they were on destroying records and whether or not the research in Wuhan was dangerous. See, in the past, we've quibbled with him over what is the definition of gain of function. He said, well, it didn't meet the exact definition. But I think the American people want to know, was it dangerous research and should it have been funded? And that gets away from the semantics argument. And I think we could have gone there. Look, for the first year of this pandemic, from 2020 all the way into the summer of 2021, I didn't really pay much attention to Anthony Fauci other than his prescriptions about masks and things like that. But as far as the origins, I didn't really get interested in it until I read an article by Nicholas Wade in, I think, the spring of 2021. That's when I became intrigued that, wow, we could have been funding this. So I was completely neutral on Anthony Fauci until we began asking questions, but until we began seeing the revealed emails that what they say in private was different than in public. In private, he said, wasn't the wet market. In public, he said for 5 years it was the wet market. In private, his virologist said, it looks like the virus has been manipulated. In public, they said, it's not even plausible that it could have been. So this contradiction between public and private is really what's damaged.
Dawn, The only thing that was unhinged about this entire thing was Fauci's obsession with the press.
Yes.
You know, I end up in the press a lot, unfortunately, when I have my election cases.
Yeah.
You can ask anybody who knows me. I don't look for it. People send it to me. I don't want to see it. I certainly don't write in my diary, hey, I was mentioned in the press today.
Right.
I don't answer any reporters. Sometimes I give statements if it's in the best interest of my client. But it's Fauci who had an unhinged obsession with being famous. And if he was trying to fight what he calls a pandemic, which I don't even like the word pandemic, because this was a virus that, you know, I don't think it was a true pandemic, because it didn't hurt everybody. It hurt a certain population, like the older people who were susceptible. But if he was so busy trying to fight that, how does he have time to be looking for his name in the press? That is delusional. It's sick. It's irresponsible. And, maybe they should talk to him about that too when they call him back.
Yeah. Just to recap here, what we have here is, by the way, the Democrats within less than 2 hours, so it started at 8:30, Democrats eventually walked out. They left, most of them. So what we have now is it went 8:30 to about 11:35-ish. And you just heard Rand Paul say the committee's going to vote. That'll be on that contempt resolution against Fauci next week. And so with this one, will they get something on him as far as that goes? And then what does that look like? What happens? Everybody keeps saying, Linda, nothing's going to happen. Nobody has faith. Where do you think this goes from here?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be difficult for something to happen. Biden did pardon him. It's an uphill battle whether or not that pardon was effective due to the auto pen issues. If this committee votes him in contempt, then the Justice Department is going to have to do something, and then his lawyers will throw up every type of roadblock, because that is their job, to delay. You know, Fauci's not a young man, so, delay. Mm-hmm. So, I think the American people have a right to be frustrated that he may never see justice over this. But a lot of these, I call these show hearings, these congressional hearings. A lot of them, I just think they're kind of a waste of time. But I like what Rand Paul is doing here, and I admire him for doing it. And remember, elections have consequences. That's why I don't understand when people say, well, I vote in presidential years. That doesn't matter. It matters who you put in these offices, senator, representative, and same at the state level. That matters. And it's an election year this year. There's going to be an election in November, and I already know we're not going to have near the turnout that we did in 2024.
So I have another question for you, and that is, he's talking about this, the molecular mimicry and all of these not just allegations, scientific evidence has confirmed the COVID-19, the viral infection. I'm not talking about the vaccine, but there is a multitude of scientific evidence that says that this particular virus, which that's what Rand Paul is saying, the fact that they believe that it was lab created, and that's all of the evidence that he's quoting, that in fact, people who had the actual virus, that anywhere from 42% or up to 48%, depending on which study you look at, that you have a, let's say, 48% higher likelihood of developing some kind of autoimmune condition because of this allegedly lab-created virus. So what does that look like? That it would be an accelerated onset, maybe you wouldn't have gotten it, or maybe it was a major trigger of things like rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, psoriasis, Graves' disease, vasculitis, and something that affected my son, Michael, who was
diabetes,
with zero family history, type 1, the very rare, deadly unless you have insulin, you're dead within less than 2 years, if not weeks. But T1D, this is a rare, very rare disease. And Michael, I can tell you, I learned a lot about all this autoimmune. The reason I looked up the latest studies, my son, Michael, was sophomore in high school, 16-year-old, diagnosed with this. And he was part of an international study that looked into this strange phenomenon worldwide of T1D. Very rare before. What's going on here? So my question is, Linda Kearns, is there an opportunity for people to somehow sue him privately to say, you, Dr. Fauci, by being part of this, gain of function or hiding these facts or whatever, that you are complicit with people being diagnosed with a virus that they never should have been exposed to.
Well, anyone can sue anyone, really. Yeah. It's whether that is a colorable lawsuit. And most government officials, and Dr. Fauci would be one, would have immunity for certain acts that he did as a government official. So then you'd have to try to get around that immunity and say that he was not acting as government official, or he was not doing what was expected of him as government official. So I'm not sure that would actually go anywhere, but it sure would be a big nuisance for him. And, his twilight years where he's spending this huge pension that we're paying him would be used fighting off lawsuits.
Well, and is he going to plead the fifth on that? If you take him to civil court, is he going to plead the fifth?
Yes, he can plead the fifth in civil court. Oh. You plead the fifth anywhere you're asked anything. But in civil court, unlike in criminal court, the judge or the jury, who's ever the fact finder, can make what's called an adverse inference against you. You cannot do that in criminal court. That's enshrined in our Constitution because we don't want people to have to testify against themselves. That's, that was one of the complaints of our founders and, how we became America. So that is enshrined in our Constitution. But if you plead the fifth in a civil suit, that fact finder can make an adverse inference and what that means is the fact finder can assume, what you would say would damage your civil case. So,
you know what, earlier Dan just wrote me a note. So Justin, this is Senator Ashley Moody, a Republican from Florida. So talking about the auto pen pardon.
We ask that it be dated back to the beginning. Pardon.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you specifically ask that it be dated back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Did you do that so that you would be given immunity going back to the beginning of 2014?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm just very interested in why it was this date. Did it have anything to do with the fact that 2014 was also the year that the NIAID or NIH began funding EcoHealth Alliance's Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence Grant?
Huh. What a coincidence.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And this is the same grant that funded the work on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute on Virology. Millions of Americans are questioning what happened during COVID, why we were given misleading information, misleading advice, why you gave conflicting statements based on, I guess, how you were feeling that day. And Americans, rightfully, we lost over 1 million Americans. They should be insulted when the Democrats insult our chair that he's doing this because he is on an obsessive mission to go after one man. Could his obsessive mission be to find out why 1 million Americans died and who might be responsible for that and where that started? Could that be his mission, Dr. Fauci?
On the advice of counsel,
he still has to read it. I mean, you think you have it memorized by now. Ashley Moody's smart. She's an attorney. She was, I think, the Attorney General of Florida before she ran for Senate. So she's asking some good questions. And she's touching on the fact that we as Americans might have even funded that lab because of the grants that Fauci was giving out. Like, enough already.
My God.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, to me, I know that he'll never face anything criminal, but honest to God, I just wonder if we, the people, have some kind of case to file, seriously, a civil suit against him and say, for me, on behalf of Michael, for those who lost loved ones, the damage that this man and his lies appear to, by all accounts, have caused.
Well, he also didn't do it alone. So, who else was involved?
Complicit?
Yeah. I think that we should continue this investigation.
My stomach, it just turns my stomach upside down.
And please remember, this is an election year. Like, I know that the Republicans are very active in Pennsylvania. My own nephew, Michael, he's working for the Republican Party. And
you're Michael. We both have a Michael.
He's making lots of calls and knocking on doors and so forth. And, some people are a little bit rude when they get these calls. But he's doing a great job trying to find people to poll watch and observe and making sure people know about, the election and that they vote. And I'm proud to say he just got a call from the National Election Integrity Director. She called one person in each of the key states to congratulate them because they were doing well. And she called my nephew. And that's, maybe it's in our blood that we love elections and we do a good job at it. But
you do.
Just remember that this is an election year. You might get a call about poll watching or helping out. If you have the time, please do it.
Please do it. Fight.
Yeah. This is not a presidential election.
Get
so
fired up.
They're a lot closer. So we need every single vote.
Linda Kearns, we love you. It's Wednesday, and I always look forward to your wisdom, Linda Kearns. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I see Dom's next.
Dom is next. So I think, I don't know, are we going to go to him or just say the Dom Show? Dom Show's up next, and it's obviously a big breaking news day. Dom has a full show in store for you.
Oh, he'll be all over this. And then I see my favorite producers, Henry and Kirk. They're waiting to get started.
Captain Kirk.
Oh, well, Dan's one of my favorites. They're all my favorites. I'm nice to all of them.
Have a beautiful day. It's Wednesday. Looks like the sun is out. Dom Show is right now.
At Bradford White, we know trust is everything. That's why for over 140 years, our water heaters have been made right here in the U.S., using the finest materials and components from around the world. We also believe trust is earned, and that's why our water heaters are for professional installation only, making sure you always have reliable hot water when you need it. Because comfort isn't optional, it's daily life. Call your local plumbing professional today and ask for Bradford White, built to be the best.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Update your space with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. With home equity, you have lots of options. You can complete home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Celebrating 250 years of the American dream. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeequity to learn more. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom. Of over 100 of our listeners to not get the vaccination. He'll be here from Kenya. This guy is unbelievable. He'll be here later today talking about this. I thought, and we'll play you all of it, I like Rand Paul kicking out the screaming lawyer for Dr. Fauci. And hearing Richard, I was listening with Ro this morning, and I didn't have the screen. It was on her phone. Blumenthal. Denang Dick Blumenthal. Just the creepy voice demanding, yeah, Dr. Fauci, you tell them. Here is Hawley, Josh Hawley, raising the point, once you get the pardon, albeit by AutoPen, which might be in question here, how in the world do you get to assert your Fifth Amendment right? And I wanted to talk today about this Fifth Amendment. Why do we have such a problem? And the other side screams out, constitutional right. I'll tell you why we have a problem. You saw Godfather 2, Frankie Pentangela. You've seen stuff like this. I assert my Fifth Amendment right to kill you. You know, we're doubtful of the Fifth Amendment because we know, in this case particularly, after you've gotten a pardon, all you're trying to do is not say anything that's going to get you or your friends in difficulty. And we have the diaries. So here's Josh Hawley making the point that there are Supreme Court cases that indicate once you get the pardon, how are you asserting a Fifth Amendment right to do what?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic, you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally, cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic.
All right, I like what Hawley did there for a moment. I thought he was getting close skillfully, about 3/4 of the way through, of getting Dr. Fauci to say, that's it, I am going to speak. You can, the breakdown. Where's Tom Cruise when we need him? Coming in, taking a sip of water, then saying, where's Jack Nicholson? Well, Anthony Fauci's not exactly Jack Nicholson in this. Here's Rand Paul, Henry. This is the cut of Paul getting rid of the screaming attorney for Dr. Fauci, as the attorney will not let up. And this wasn't shutting down constitutional rights or an attorney. This was a guy who was disrupting the proceedings. Here's how it sounded.
You're not recognized. You're not recognized. If you are unruly, you will be removed from the proceeding. You are not recognized, and you are not recognized, sir. Sir, you are not recognized. You are not recognized. Security, we'll hold off. But you will respect these proceedings. You were told not to sit at the table. You insist on sitting at the table, and we told you you would not be recognized. You are not invited here for testimony, sir. You are being disruptive. Would you behave this way in a courtroom? No, because the judge would put you in jail. I can't do that today, but I can have you escorted from the premises. So I would say, sir, sit quietly and don't say another word. I said, sit quietly. You are not recognized. Another word and you're gone.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear what the attorney has to say.
Oh, I'm sure you would.
He's not recognized by the committee or the chair. If he speaks again, he will be removed from the room. This testimony is from Anthony Fauci. This is not a game with his lawyers. He can advise. His lawyers can give him advice. He's got a half dozen here. They're all allowed to talk to him.
Yes.
All right? But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
Yeah, Rand Paul played that well. He gave enough rope there. The guy still. Now, Anthony Fauci, as we speak, the number is fluid here. It's a Hall of Fame number, has invoked the Fifth Amendment 111 times. That's one count at this point. When you're doing this, isn't it the amendment of shame here, particularly when you have the pardon, albeit the auto pen and everything else, on something this weighty, where you would think you want to give your version of history around this, what actually happened. But the sticking point is we now have the diary. And as a result of having the diary, well, then you have to come clean with this stuff. And we go back at your diary. Now, Ron Johnson, who I've interviewed a few times from Wisconsin, this is Cut 21, is a bit of a wild card. He brings up the question to Dr. Fauci. At one big moment, did you lie to your diary? Are you telling the diary, yeah, diary, here's how it happened. It wasn't me. Here's Ron Johnson and Fauci.
Let me end on this note, because this just came to light. You know, we've got 11 million pages of documents. We also have other people who were in the room. But now you actually lied to your own diary. On March 27, 2020, you wrote in your diary, to my surprise yesterday, the POTUS sent a letter to governors outlining a plan to reopen county by county while monitoring the spread of virus in the low-risk counties. This was half-baked and never shown to Deb or I before it was sent out. So we have evidence that, in fact, you were fully aware of it and certainly approved, if not authored it. So I was just simply asking you, I mean, is that true? I mean, did you literally lie to your own diary? Did you know of that letter sent out to governors about reopening county by county? And again, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to ask the witness to just answer that one simple question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
All right. Now, this is indefensible because this isn't, first of all, he has the pardon. Second of all, this isn't a matter of just Dr. Fauci, what he did, what he didn't do. This is a matter of one of the biggest, most traumatic events of our lifetime. And feel free to call in, your biggest memory of this, what happened to you, what you went through. I mean, for me, they made me broadcast from home, and the Dom Dome was originated. We had a lot of fun with that. We almost trademarked it. The acoustics were unbelievable. So day to day, though, the lack of connection, the fear that you may have had, what happened with your kids in school, what happened with all the goofy rules constantly changing, what happened with Rachel Levine becoming an admiral out of all this and putting people in nursing homes, Cuomo. These are some of the things we've never seen the price paid for. And Dr. Fauci believes it is so damaging, his diary and the other records. By the way, I'm watching, they have people right behind you in the witness stand. Laura Ingraham somehow or another got a camera shot to the left of Dr. Fauci and is in every picture as we're watching. And the faces, she's a former Supreme Court clerk. I don't know, for Justice Thomas. She is right there. I'm always intrigued by the people they choose to have sit in the frame behind the witness, that whatever the witness gets to do. But the lawyer dismissed was a large part of it. All right, let me give you the side question today. We saw, and this is a Henry special. I say that because I think it'll work. If it doesn't, I had nothing. I invoke my Fifth Amendment right. I had nothing to do with this side question.
On the advice of counsel, I plead the Fifth.
Thank you. You can be that counsel. Remove Henry for this one. All right. Okay. So we recognize that World War I started in the last day or so. Archduke Ferdinand. I remember when we got to that in history. Who is this guy? Starts the Great War. And we're looking for something when done. In your mind, you say, that's war, okay? It may not mean you're declaring war on a foreign nation. It means in your mind, this is over the line, and you are at your limit here. You're beyond your limit. The one that somewhat tongue-in-cheek, in South Philly, the next snowstorm, I know someone digs out, and it's not even me. And I see some guy not from the neighborhood pull in there. That's war. Now, I know in society today, you can't say anything. You can't kindly say, hey, would you mind doing whatever?
Right, yeah.
But that's war. When someone pulls into our media lot out there, and they're taking up 3 spaces and they don't belong there, I wave now my media pass like it's a summon from the police, citizen's arrest. One more, an all-timer to me, and again, I like Sam Katz, but bad decision on this. You know the rule here. When someone brings up your wife, remember that 5'6" nothing electrical worker Sam Katz ran for mayor, had a real shot to beat John Street. They would have him show up at events with a bullhorn and get right in Sam's face with a bullhorn, calling his wife on the bullhorn the C word.
Whoa.
Yeah. And I talked to him about it, and he said, look, I think you can't be mayor of Philadelphia unless you attack that guy and that they have to pull you off. And if there's a scrum and your glasses get broken and you're bleeding, don't fix the cuts. Go and do your speech with that. It's Teddy Roosevelt with the bullet in there. You can't, my God. John Street sends flowers. When you get into the debate with John Street, just stop the proceedings. Moderator, shut up. Right at him, right there, like he's Larry Krasner. Yeah, somebody calling your wife on a bullhorn, a 5'6" nothing. And I always thought, not what would Jesus do? What would Frank Rizzo do? Can you imagine? The guy's throat, he's walking along as he's twisting this guy.
You're a creep.
I'll put my dog inside, buddy.
Get away from me, you crumb.
My favorite is, I know you're a lush. I can tell.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that to Henry, that's the worst thing to me. That's war.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, that's beyond belief that you would do that. How about yours?
Yeah, I'll take an easy one off the board, I guess, to start.
Yeah.
How about, if you're talking to somebody and they call you buddy.
Oh,
like, hey,
yes.
buddy.
Yeah.
Slow your roll. Whoa. I'm not your buddy, pal.
Well,
I'm not your pal
little
friend.
known-
You know, I'm not your
yeah.
friend buddy. All right, let's get one thing straight. That means war. All right, those are fighting words. All right.
That's really good. You know, my shtick is if somebody calls in, people wonder why I let it go. If you don't hear me responding and the person's screaming, going nuts for about 30 seconds, then it's listen, buddy.
Yeah. Oh, it's the worst. And then, how about something that means war, maybe around the house?
Oh, yeah.
Say, there's some Oreos left in the container. I don't mind if I do. If I sneak right in here and grab a few, open it up. Oh, wait, all gone. There's maybe one, half of one left.
Oh, yeah.
So whoever just ate it last didn't want to throw it out. I mean, what are we
Right.
doing? This means war.
Okay.
This means all-out war. Give me my Oreo.
This sounds like Dan's pet peeves. We may have to tag him in. He's a walking pet peeve. Yes. Those were great. Kirk, how about yours?
I'm going to go with one. This is a good one. I'm not going to lie. This is really good. I had to really think about it. How about road rage? But for me, it's like getting cut off in traffic, especially jumping on 676, and I get cut off not once, not twice, but multiple times. That drives me bananas and causing just like grabbing the steering wheel and just going bananas. But I don't. But yeah.
Gotcha. All right, so 855-839-1210. The wife thing, I had to take that one. That's the all-timer to me. There's nothing beyond that. That's it.
Yeah.
And if you have a New York accent, blowhard stuff, sitting in our seats here in Philadelphia, that's war. As soon as I hear the accent here, the guy in the rows in front of us, he was on the side of the railing I tell you about for the half of 1%. I just couldn't even look at the guy after a while. That New York accent. Come on, Benny. Yeah, constantly. And he had some thing saying it's a can of corn. Kept on saying a can of
I say that all the time.
I know, but I mean, the New Yorker here in Philadelphia screaming out cans of corn. Oh, yeah, it was a little, the accent. Yeah, anything he could have done. When they brought the donuts, the freshly hot donuts to them, that was it. That's war. We're sitting in the 1%. We're not getting donuts. How about a half a donut? An Oreo. That's left.
There you go.
All right, so hit us on the side. Hit us on the Fauci moment. Republicans were ready for this. I don't think they were surprised. I was a bit surprised. I didn't think he invoked the Fifth Amendment 111 times plus. Not sure how much more testimony we're going to have today. We'll give you as it continues. But this just brings, and of course, Democrats prattling on, like Andy Kim from New Jersey, that guy, right? About Republicans are going after Dr. Fauci to cover up their own disbelief in science. Mr. Science. This guy's got test tubes he's taking out here. Science. 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof in 2018.
In 2022, we sold our home of 34 years. And we moved into an apartment because we weren't really sure where we were going to land. We took all the money of that sale of that house and put it in crash-proof retirement, which was a smart thing to do. That money has grown. And now, when I realize I'm not an apartment person, we're starting to look for a home. Even though home prices have gone up, we're going to be able to buy a home that's going to meet our needs because we have more money now than we did when we sold our home.
That will allow us to achieve the things we like in terms of entertainment, having family over, and Crash Proof has enabled us to be able to make that jump when we desire to do it. The money is available.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you raising the child of a loved one? You're not alone. Like many others, you've stepped up to raise the child of a friend or family member, allowing them to live, grow, and thrive among people they know. While fulfilling, it can also be challenging. But there is support. PA Kin Connector helps kinship caregivers just like you by providing connections to resources, services, training, and support groups. Don't navigate the journey alone.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get get rid of. 855-939-1137.
This is Mike Quick. PDQ POS is the MVP of point-of-sale solutions. Easy to use with the best support in the industry. And it doesn't take a bite out of your sales with costly fees. It's the choice of all concept food service businesses across the country. PDQ POS has real-time analytics and insights to evaluate your team and your play calling. PDQ POS has been rated the #1 point of sale by restaurant owners for more than 35 years. So don't wait. Make the switch. PDQ POS today. Visit pdqpos.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Yo, Doylestown, we know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. The Oreos with Henry stick with me. Mine is the Sam Katz thing. Anybody in the world, we talked with Judge Dugan, who is a combat veteran and all that, and I think he gets it now. When Krasner brought up his wife, who was a cop during one of the first debates, you're not debating anything. Tell the moderator, sit down. Shut up if you have to. Stand up, Larry Krasner, you punk. Bringing up a guy's wife, that is unforgivable. I think anybody, any voter will say, yeah, you know what? I may not like your ideology or whatever, but no, that's not something that you do. I think Ted Cruz, when President Trump brought it up, I'll be even-handed here, I think he should have gone right at him. Jeb Bush had a little bit of, just drop the glove. I don't care, Wolf Blitzer. I don't care what you say. What are you going to do, have me arrested? We're going to get this straight. You're going to apologize. Yeah, I misspoke. Or there's going to be trouble. That is one of the most unforgivable things. That is war. That's Archduke Ferdinand. 855-839-1210. We got the Fauci matter going on here. I got a Cheltenham update I was just telling Henry about. And D.A. Steele out there in Montgomery County, even though a Democrat, I think is a good D.A., he's charged, I think it's 2 football coaches, 6 players, not once, but twice on the football team, assaulting this one kid, sophomore, age 15, with a broomstick. Yeah, a broomstick. They weren't sweeping either. They were using a broomstick. How do you still have nonsense like this? How does anybody think that this stuff is, I hate hazing of any sort. I don't like any of it in any way, shape, or form. I never liked it. If that's the rules of a fraternity or whatever, I don't join in. But a broomstick, Cheltenham, and I mentioned that yesterday, because there's a school embarrassed in this manner, and they are an embarrassing school district now, that wants to kick Benjamin Netanyahu out of their Hall of Fame. That's what they're about. A broomstick. All right, Joe in Columbus. Joe is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Tom.
Afternoon, Joe.
I'll make mine kind of quick today because I got a meeting I got to go into. But my college baseball coach at Temple, good old Skippy Wilson, had a rule. that if a fight breaks out, the last guy off the bench sits the next game. And that happened against St. John, who was our arch enemy and nemesis every year. And I'm sitting there on the bench as a freshman, and I was in the starting lineup back then. And all of a sudden, these guys are running off the bench like, butts and elbows. I'm like, oh, my God, this is cool. Wait a minute, I don't want to sit next game. So I'm running out of that dugout, not to be the last guy. And it all resulted from a beanball that started the war, and it always does.
Yeah, what do you say to those nuts who say, well, baseball polices itself with the beanball stuff. Just let the beanball go on. It's a deadly weapon potentially here.
Well, yeah, the way these guys throw today, yeah absolutely. It is a weapon. I mean, I believe in the brushback pitch, but I don't believe throwing it. If you want to hit somebody in the head, you throw it their shoulder. I don't believe that, and that happens a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, that it's a different type of thing. Yeah, you can pitch inside, you can do all that, but man, it's frightening to get. Not only that, not too much in the weeds. Tony Canigliaro. Every time I say his name, I think of his greatness and how he had a swing after he got beaned at 2 baseballs rather than 1. And,
and who's the other one? Who was the infielder for the Yankees? Tony Kubek, who took a bad hop, and he was never the same.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one. Thank you, Joe. All right, the last one off the bench doesn't play the next game. Oh, my God. And Skip Wilson was at Temple for like 150 years. I mean, it was unbelievable. Richard in Cincinnati. He joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rich.
Good afternoon. This Fauci hearing has real personal input to me because I was a intensive care physician throughout this time, especially the early time.
I remember.
And I remember, yes, and I remember how harassed I was from the county and administration because I and the medical director at the nursing home refused to send patients there because at that time it was pristine, and I already saw what was happening in New York. In addition, they restricted our medications, and they also altered my progress notes because I would label it as the disease is the Wuhan virus. They actually went into my progress notes and forced me to change that. On top of that, I sent this to you. I remember we talked about it 5 years ago. The American Board of Internal Medicine and the other boards were threatening us, saying they will revoke our board certification, which is a death sentence to a physician. I've been practicing 35 years. If we badmouth the vaccine, and this guy has no guts to accept some modicum of responsibility. It makes my ears burn.
Yeah, or not even if he doesn't want to do that, to duke it out over it. He at least owes us that, does he not?
Absolutely. And the families I had to call every day and put a telephone in front of these people. And they weren't even allowed to go into the emergency room not knowing whether they're going to see their loved one again. It was cruel, and it was a sin that we had to participate in that. As a physician, it actually led to my early retirement.
Absolutely. What's your side, Richard?
When you're waiting in a long line, like in a movie, and someone tries to finagle their way in front of you, real slick.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Or a convenience store, Wawa. Now, this may be sex. This is mainly women. They take the purse, the big pocketbook out, put it on there. Then we're into the purse. Then we're inside the purse. And then we're fumbling around.
And the phone.
Yeah, I mean, a convenience store is a convenience. You got to wait then. Wait till there's a convenient time that you got to do all this. I mean, you just can't.
Yeah, you got to start doing that before you get to the counter.
Exactly right. All right, hit us on the side question. Coming up, the great Corey DeAngelis, who really happened upon the scene around this time. He's got a lot to say about Fauci, COVID, and schools and what's happened. He is the chief person when it comes to school choice. And seeing this play out today, I mean, at least if Randy Weingarten were subpoenaed, I think it'd be a hell of a fight. But 111 times, doesn't it tell you something when you keep on repeating this gibberish? And yes, I know the Fifth Amendment's in the Constitution. I know the reasons. But isn't this a different matter here? You already have the pardon. There's Supreme Court on this. What should be done with him? He ought to be held in contempt. That's what should happen from today. Fauci, he doesn't want to testify. He's held in contempt. And then we look at the penalties. There's a trial, the penalties for contempt. He is in contempt today. He's refusing to participate, even though he's been pardoned. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that we need to do is just push pound 1210.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs. Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Sunshine with some clouds will continue through the afternoon. It'll be warm. There will be a chance for an isolated shower or thunderstorm with a high around 84. For tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 68 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Thursday, partly sunny conditions continue, slight chance for a shower or storm with a high again 84.
During the More to Move You sales event, get financing as low as 0% for up to 72 months on select new models, including the redesigned CX-5. Available for a limited time at Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading. Online at piazzamazda.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Welcome in. You know, one of the worst parts of all this was what happened in America's schools. What happened with kids, the learning loss, the continued loss, the continued, the teachers' unions exerting their power. And Dr. Fauci was one of the little tyrants that aided and abetted this. Joining us is America's evangelist of choice and making tremendous headway. You should know 52 million kids is the number put out this week that I saw, are eligible under the big, beautiful bill when it drops in January 2027 to make their way out of some of these fraudulent schools. $52 million. There are others on the sidelines, though, because of people like Josh Shapiro and Randy Weingarten, et cetera. Let's bring in Corey DeAngelis on Talk Radio 1210. Corey, where were you at the beginning of COVID? What were you doing then? I don't quite remember when we started talking to you, and you really came to national prominence.
I actually was living in Washington, D.C., the worst place to live during COVID, or one of the worst places. It was nuts. I wouldn't recommend it. I now live in San Antonio, Texas, where I grew up as well. But I had the unfortunate privilege of being stuck in Washington, D.C., working at think tanks while COVID was going on. So I got to see all the craziness up front.
Seeing this today, surprised that he would 111 times invoke the Fifth Amendment?
Oh, yeah, I saw some of these clips. I mean, he won't even answer what color the carpet is in front of him. He feels like he's in trouble, and he's trying to cover this up. Rand Paul called it out that, if you were pardoned for this same time period, for the same reason, you should not be able to invoke the Fifth Amendment because you're pardoned. So, but yeah, I mean, a big part of this was the teachers' unions closed the schools during COVID. That, Bernie Moreno was senator from Ohio was pointing this out, and a lot of parents were very upset. This is one of the reasons why we have so much school choice now, is because the teachers' unions they lobbied the CDC to make it more difficult to reopening schools. So the people in charge weren't following the science; they were following the political science. And the teachers' unions wanted more money, and they knew that they could use kids as bargaining chips. They held them hostage to say, "Well, if you want us to open, give us hundreds of billions of dollars." And they ultimately got that money from Congress. There was so much pressure from parents that want their schools reopened.
And Corey, maybe even the biggest tell of all, they take that $100 billion, whatever it was, and they don't put it to a Manhattan Project on learning loss. I have some of you have it, and you broke some of these, where they put out memos saying, did you know you could spend this money on this? And it's all tangential stuff, all stuff for adults. Nothing about this. And in fact, if I were in charge, if I had Trump's ear today, I would appoint somebody, and it would probably be you, to be the national advisor or czar of learning loss and cracking the whip, that we're going to documenting it and we're going to do something about it. I just think people think we can go on forever in America with kids getting dumber every day.
Yeah, I mean, they got $190 billion in so-called COVID relief. They weren't using that to reopen the schools. In fact, I did a study in 2020 looking at two separate studies. One found that the places with stronger teachers' unions were more likely to be closed longer, all else equal. That was a surprise to some people at the time. It's a surprise to nobody right now, because a lot of them were saying, oh, no, the unions are fighting to reopen the schools. Randy Weingarten repeats that lie over and over again. But my second study with Christos Makrides, we had found, they're both peer-reviewed, that places that had more money per student, in fact, were less likely to reopen. And it's probably because the places that had more money were because they had stronger teachers' unions there as well, fighting for two things. One, to keep the schools closed as long as possible, while also fighting for as much taxpayer resources as possible. I mean, it just got so stupid, Dom, during COVID. You had the Chicago teachers unions, they deleted a tweet saying that the push to reopen schools is rooted in racism, sexism, and misogyny. You had daycares you had schools that were closed, but then they opened the same buildings for daycare, and then they charged parents on top of what they were paying in taxes for the privilege to go back into those same buildings. It's like COVID knew if you were learning something, it was going to activate and get you. Whereas if you were just sitting there for daycare, then all of a sudden it's okay. It's because private employees came into those same buildings to staff them, but the teachers' unions would not go back to work. And so it just revealed the absurdity of all. You even had one California private school rebrand itself as a daycare. We're not a school, trust us. And they wanted to keep their doors open because they operated in the marketplace. Parents wanted them to be open. And in order to get those tuition payments, they had to provide a service. So that just shows you the difference between government failure and private sector entrepreneurialism. And it just revealed how crazy all of it was.
Corey, the silver lining, we mentioned, I think the number out the other day was, I'm not sure if it's your number too, 52 million or thereabouts kids. 52 million are eligible under the big, beautiful bill that goes in effect in January. And it's going to be interesting. How quickly will those kids be able to, I guess it won't be till the next school year, or could they in the middle of the school year?
Yep. So, I mean, we have tons of state-level programs for school choice. 18 red states have gone universal, not Pennsylvania. But 31 states have opted in to Trump's Big Beautiful Bill program. Anybody can donate, whether your governor opts in or not. So anybody can benefit starting in January of 2027 to donate, get that dollar-for-dollar tax credit up to $1,700 per person. And I believe students can start receiving scholarships in 2027 as well. So that's right around the corner, and it's incumbent upon governors to make the easy decision, I would say. This should be all 50 states at some point opting in, but Governor Shapiro, although he said he's for school choice, he has caved to the teachers union time and time again, who has given him hundreds of thousands of dollars in political funding. So that's kind of the tightrope I think he's trying to walk. I mean, he knows it's popular, school choice in Pennsylvania, so he says he's for school choice. He said he was in his gubernatorial campaign in 2022, but then he vetoed his own campaign promise, which was crazy to me. And now he's just kicking the can down the road, saying he's waiting for more rules and waiting for more guidance. But we've gotten the guidance. We know how the program's going to work. And this should be a no-brainer, like Jared Polis, the Colorado Democrat governor, said. He said, why would I not opt in? I don't want to leave money on the table. And you can even raise money for the public schools with this new program. So it's almost a win-win situation. The teachers unions don't want anyone leaving their schools at all.
You're the best we can get. We saw what happened in Texas when they suddenly were universal school choice. It was 100,000 plus applying. How many do you think are going to apply? Let's say it's about 35 states by then, maybe 38, maybe closer to 40. How many kids and parents, as Corey DeAngelis think, are going to say, yeah, I've had it. If I can get that little bump, that'll help. I'm looking private school. Could it be millions?
Yeah, it really depends on how many donations there are. But, if you just look at surveys asking people, where do you send your kid to school now? And if money weren't a problem, where would you send them? Constantly it shows, 80, 90% of kids are in public schools right now. But only half of that amount said that they'd actually want to send them there. They'd prefer homeschooling or private schooling. This was even a trend that was even before COVID. People were saying this. So it could be millions and millions of people benefiting, and there's no cap on the total amount of donations for this program. The original version in Congress had a cap of a certain amount of billions of dollars, $4 billion or something. But now there's not a cap. So if you can raise that funding, and I don't see why you wouldn't, it's going to be an education opportunity, because if you know you can get that $1,700 back in April when you do your taxes, why would you not contribute to a scholarship? That's dollar for dollar.
That's where the campaign's going to be big to come in, because I'm sure they'll try to muddy the waters. But you're right. You're not losing anything, and you're benefiting. This could be one of the biggest moments that turns around getting out of public school indoctrination, inefficiencies, et cetera. That's a big moment, and you're right in the center of it.
Yeah, and there's a bill in Congress to get rid of the program. It's not going to go anywhere. But the Democrats, there's 34 co-sponsors, and I found out, I wrote about it in the Washington Post recently, that a majority of those 34 co-sponsors either went to private school themselves or sent their kids to private school, or both. So they're total hypocrites on school choice. It includes Elizabeth Warren, who lied to a voter about this issue back in 2019 when she was running for president. A black mom had approached her at a campaign event saying, I just want the same opportunity you had for your kid. I heard you sent him to a private school, because I had reported on it at the New York Post at the time. Elizabeth Warren apparently didn't know she was being recorded, or she thought she could get away with a lie, or she hadn't read my New York Post article yet. But she responded saying, no, I sent my kids to public school. So Pocahontas added to her list of lies. And it's just this school choice for me, but not for the hypocrisy that they think they're better than us. But, everybody should have that opportunity, and they shouldn't pull the ladder up from behind themselves.
Senator Rick Scott, just a little while ago, called Dr. Fauci a villain. You know, I before today, I think I would have said that. But now, after seeing this today and seeing his just sheer shirking of his duty, to at least he doesn't have to agree or apologize.
Yeah,
duke it out. That's the American way. Have the fight on this. Let's hear your side. I don't think he should apologize if he doesn't think he did anything wrong. Duke
but
it
at least
out.
discuss it. Yeah, it's infuriating seeing him just sit there and plead the fifth the entire time for a period where he was pardoned. It makes you wonder how much deeper does this go. And I looked through some of those emails, the Fauci files, thousands of pages, and that schools were mentioned a bunch. And what I mostly saw was that just the vanity in it. Like, he was just so excited about being on TV and just getting all this national attention, and it was just really weird and narcissistic of him. And it just goes to show you that a lot of these decisions probably aren't based on what the science actually says. I think a lot of times these people were just making it up on the fly and then imposing their will on everybody else. I think that COVID also allowed petty tyrants to be able to control other people who had no power in their lives to begin with. They said, oh, this is one way I can get you to wear a mask. This is one way I can tell you to put that shot in your arm. It was a way to control other people, and it was really sick. And I'm glad that a lot of this is being exposed right now. And I think that includes Fauci as well. He had a little bit of a period in his life where he felt like he was all powerful, and he loved it. You can just tell by reading the emails.
Absolutely. Corey, where do we find you and your book? Every day it's more and more important.
Yep, it's at DeAngelis Corey on X, and you can get my book. It's The Parent Revolution. It's endorsed by Trump, Pete Hegseth, and others. Find it anywhere. Just search for the name The Parent Revolution.
Corey, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on today.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
All right, Corey DeAngelis, who really surfaced during all of this. Yes, all-time villains is too easy. It draws hundreds of calls. People love that as a side question. Is Fauci a villain? By not duking it out today and taking a fifth, yeah. This is just, I'm not sure if it's cowardice because of the diaries or arrogance and cowardice put together. But not having the debate on this, that's what the country needs. Doesn't have to apologize. No, debate it. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. All that coming up. Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Kensington cameras or fight clubs or stupid statements that people in certain communities make, they put it out there and we give our opinion on it.
Right.
You probably just don't have the balls to give honest opinions.
Right.
And if you did, nobody would listen anyway because you sound like a pleasant dweeb. Devin is definitely a white dude for Harris. Don't get mad at us for reacting to things. Why don't you get mad at the people that won't clean it up?
Right.
If the Super Bowl came to Kensington, that place would be cleared out and cleaned in 13 minutes.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Are you ready for the biggest 80s event of 2026? Howard Jones presents Things Can Only Get Better Tour with additional full sets by Wang Chung. English Beat. Modern English. And hosted by Richard Blade. Friday, August 14th. Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger, things can only get better.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026. Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary. A fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,033.90.
Did you know that aching legs, cramping, or heaviness could be signs of vein disease? But don't worry, USA Vein Clinic treatments are quick, have little to no downtime, and covered by most insurance providers. Go to usaveinclinics.com and call 267-223-7162.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. A couple things, big news. Rand Paul has scheduled next week, we don't have the exact day and time, for a vote on holding Fauci in contempt of court, in contempt of the Senate. Now, we know the Save America Act is the real deal. That's the more important thing. I want to see what these little Republican weasels do now, though. Okay? Let's see if they're going to go on the record. Oh, I don't know. And this is a telling moment. This TMZ guy, the Harvey guy, poses during certain times, he's in Washington now, TMZ, as sort of to the center right on some issues on crime and all this. He just came out and said, oh, this is heartbreaking seeing this today. This is like Joe McCarthy. Joe McCarthy? What the heck? This is a huge national debate. It's not a whodunit, who's a commie, who's not. These are the issues that shape lives and still shape them today, with kids getting dumber and dumber every day. Yeah, that's the word, dumb. And that's McCarthy-like when a guy invokes the Fifth Amendment 111 times. That is just amazing. So we'll see if Scott Presler is on this now. The vote next week, will they vote to hold Fauci in contempt? Absolutely, that should be the case. Boy, we got a heavy hitter coming up, too, at 1:30. Jim Jordan will be here. We're going to give him fill in the blanks on Larry Krasner, among other things. But I'll ask Jim Jordan about these hearings today. Rand Paul was a little bit more controlled. I don't know, top rope time if it were in the House with Dr. Fauci in 111 times. Oh, my God. Is he a villain? Is that too far? Well, I'm not saying he had to apologize. Look, in these matters of contention, I don't expect an apology. What I expect is, point by point, the big issues of COVID, which are still unsettled. And Democrats still are fighting that battle, telling us that Republicans don't want to follow the science. That's what did this. All right, we're going to talk next with a advisor to RFK Jr. from Jersey, a Democrat. former assemblyman and mayor on the Democrat side, and I happened to see, was it on Twitter? I'm not sure where I saw it, that this Democrat said, yeah, what are we talking about? Of course, we don't want non-citizens to vote in New Jersey. That ought to be a matter of course. We ought to be able to root this out. And I found some of his other statements about vaccines in Jersey and what went on during COVID to be equal to that. And he's a Democrat. And then Jim Jordan talking with us about the Krasner subpoena. Krasner's never going to invoke the Fifth Amendment. I give him that. Can you see him? I invoke the Fifth Amendment, you blank, blank, blank. And then in the middle of it, he'll be more like A Few Good Men than anything. I did order the code red. So I'm not prosecuting.
Say it.
Right. I'm not prosecuting anybody unless it's Tom Giordano and these guys. He impeached Larry Krasner. He is still impeached. Always remember that. That'll be on the resume. Impeach Larry Krasner. Okay, coming up, we'll talk with Jamal Hawley here on Talk Radio 1210. Get in. Hit us with something where you go, that's war. If this happens, not literal war, but this sets you off. It's the trigger. 855-839-1210.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all-terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tire's Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud-terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Your heart, when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. That, many times people scream my First Amendment right. And you know the thing there. You're getting fired because it's a business. The First Amendment applies pretty much with the government usurping your rights. But if you are doing things that's causing a huge downturn for businesses, well, then, yeah, they might have a right to fire you around that. The Second Amendment is the one that gets into the most technicalities, It has all the details of all kinds of in-the-weeds stuff because of all the regulation, all the stuff back and forth, right? And that's, I guess the First Amendment is still the premier, but the Second Amendment many times gets the juices flowing more than any. But the Fifth Amendment, when people assert it, Democrats screaming, that's a constitutional right today. It's an outrage that you're calling that into question. Well, of course, you can assert that. But now we move on. Next week, Rand Paul has already stated it, a vote on holding Fauci in contempt. Little known fact, Alan Dershowitz, Henry, on the show, I think you were here when he did this, claimed he played one-on-one against Fauci and beat him.
Oh, God.
He did say there were a lot of two-hand set shots. It was the thing back then.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that going very well.
He once told me, too, his two occupations in school were Dershowitz, 5 foot, playing basketball and chasing girls.
Nice.
Well, that explains why he kept his trousers,
right, of course.
Trousers on
in
the Epstein matter.
Trousers.
He's quite a colorful. I would love, if I got an invite, I'd do the show from there. When he goes to Martha's Vineyard, and Larry David's there, and he goes after him right there in the Village Market. You can imagine. Oh, my God. Okay, so 855-839-1210. Of course, we're monitoring any more Fauci developments here. We'll talk to Bill Devlin, who is in Kenya, about jumping into the ring and aiding 100 of our listeners to get them coverage under the First Amendment when it came to the vaccine. That's all straight ahead. Side question, though. Hit us with something that's a fight. That's war. The anniversary, we're around the anniversary of World War I breaking out, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. For some reason, that triggered the great powers. It triggered a slaughter that was just unbelievable as far as just the sheer rationality of just charging at each other. Let me go to State Senator George Geis, who called in here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Senator, welcome in. What's on your mind today, George?
Dom, I had a call. I just watched the hearing, and let me emphasize, while America suffered, Fauci became a multi-millionaire. Fauci had 8 people on his staff work for him exclusively to secure for him millions of dollars with 8 awards. No wonder Fauci became silent today, because while America suffered, he became a millionaire. Emphasis 1. Emphasis 2, you got to question anybody's judgment when they're dumb enough to hire Bob Menendez's lawyer to be their defense attorney and have the arrogant lawyer appear before a committee and get evicted from a room.
Wait a minute, for
I
listeners.
wouldn't hire Menendez's lawyer across the street.
Wait a minute. I didn't know that. Thank you for that contribution. So, the gold bar lawyer was the guy that was the lawyer today getting kicked out.
Exactly. How questionable can Fauci's judgment be when he hires Bob Menendez's lawyer? Where's Bob Menendez now? He's out of the Senate and in jail.
Yeah, exactly.
And last but not least, Senator Kim today did not represent New Jersey's thousands and thousands of people victimized by Fauci and COVID. Senator Kim praised Fauci. Speaking of Dumb and Dumber, Senator Kim candidly should do his homework and know what he's talking about before he speaks praising Fauci in front of America. I was really disappointed. He should have exercised the right to remain silent today and learn more about the fraud named Fauci. Pardon my emotion. I'm excited about speaking with you always.
Thank you, George. Thanks, Senator George Geis. All right. Former Assemblyman and mayor in New Jersey and a Democrat, Assemblyman Jamel Holley, is with us. I saw in some social media talking about, well, of course, we don't want non-citizens voting in New Jersey, despite some of the things that have happened here. He also is an advisor to RFK Jr., Maha. We'll see what he thinks of Fauci and a myriad of other things. The Assemblyman joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Assemblyman, welcome in. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, Don. Good afternoon. How are you?
Well, very, very well. So we first saw you, and again, isn't it dangerous to be a Democrat and actually say, we don't want non-citizens voting in New Jersey? We ought to really stop this with the Save America Act?
I don't know if about being dangerous. I think that it's the right thing to talk about, and I think it's the right thing that mostly the American people, in particular in our state, residents that believe that this is the right thing to do, that we shouldn't have non-citizens voting in our elections.
So being inside this and seeing this, maybe you were not surprised. You believe this was a computer glitch or really something where it was being allowed to have these people on the rolls?
I mean, you have to look at it how it is, right? How can a computer glitch do that? And we're just finding out 3 years later. I think that it is more to it. I think that ultimately is a cover-up, and someone had to know. And, kudos in some instances, right, of the governor for receiving that information and coming publicly out, whether it was about the timing of DHS or not. The mere fact that she came forward with it gives some credit to it, even though I have some questions that still remain about that particular timing. But someone knew about it 3 years ago.
Absolutely. Looking at your background, in addition to the political, you are an advisor to RFK Jr., the Maha movement. Dr. Fauci is asserting the Fifth Amendment, Jamel, 111 times today, when we really have never had this full national conversation on this. And Jersey, with Phil Murphy, you probably remember, but for listeners, he was on with Tucker Carlson, and he said, yeah, you can go to liquor stores because some people need liquor, but church, no. And Carlson said First Amendment. And he said, well, that's above my pay grade.
Yeah, and I was in the thrust of that. I mean, I was serving in the assembly at the time, and I think that the governor handled that entire situation wrong. And then it's evidence what happened at our veteran and senior homing facilities that ultimately triggered a federal investigation. I thought, and the senator, before me that came on, hit it right out the ballpark, but I thought it was one of the most disrespectful hearings of a public official that I've actually seen in my lifetime. And I'm a pretty young guy, so I haven't seen that many, but I've seen a lot, right?
Yeah.
But here's a guy who has spent, minimum 33 days in front of our TV as the COVID task force head, and every day for 33 times for that particular moment in time of the COVID, it had no problem with directing, had no problem with mandating, had no problem with recommending, had no problem with providing guidance, in his words, to the American people. And when we are in front of our congressional leaders, whether you're a Democrat or Republican or not, like it affected Democrats, Republicans, independents, or people who are not even affiliated with any parties. It affected Americans, and he had nothing to say.
Yeah.
I mean, that's disrespectful.
It is.
And it just showed that he is. I've never seen him in my life. And I texted Bobby. I said, "This guy is really uncomfortable. Like, I've never seen him uncomfortable in the last few years that he's been put in front of us ever. I think he was very uncomfortable. I think he's hiding something, and I think that it had a lot to do with the diaries that became public, because it showed the real Anthony Fauci."
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. And again, I don't think he has to apologize because he differs on this. That's fine. But you're right. He owes it. And if you were...
he owes it.
Yeah,
he owes it to the American people.
Right. We need a debate on this. Let's hear the other side.
And Dom, the thing about it is like the questions weren't off, right? Like, it wasn't questions that, that you would hear in a political debate or a conversation amongst friends, right? It was really substantial, concrete questions about certain things. So if you're comfortable in what you did, or, you wanted to provide us some more information since then do so. But to plead the fifth, I think is totally disrespectful. And I think that the American people, no matter how they felt about how the COVID was handled, all roads lead to Dr. Fauci and his ineptness and disrespect to the American people. I think it was a terrible, terrible place he put himself in today.
Now, you're a guy I can tell you've done a lot of stuff in a short time, but boy, is New Jersey a fertile ground for Maha, given, they say Andy Kim and these guys, they're the scientists and all, and you guys, RFK Jr., and maybe you. What are you guys doing in Jersey with Maha?
Well, we're doing a bunch of things, right? So, we're clearing out the dyes in a lot of these foods. And, more than ever, what I see in New Jersey with the Maha is a lot of the exercising, a lot of the gym, the exercising, eating more healthier. Our school lunch programs in multiple school districts here have changed. And we're going to be announcing soon our healthy prisons, healthy communities, because it shows that if we provide better food within our detention centers or our state prisons or our federal prisons, that the incidences amongst correction officers and inmates and juveniles, the assaults and the injuries are decreased. And so we're going to be announcing that very soon as well within our prisons, changing to healthier foods as we've done in the hospitals and so forth. The military and prisons is going to be our next announcement and our next run.
Well, we'd love to have you back on that. Where do we find you, Jamel, until then? Where do we go?
You can find me on all my social medias is at Jamel Holley, Jam is in Mary, ELHOLLEY.
Thanks, Assemblyman, Mayor, and Maha Maven. Thank you for joining us today, Jamel.
Thanks, Don.
You're welcome.
Maha.
I think he said Don there at the end. Did you pick that up, Kirk? I saw your face.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, did he have? What was the count during it? Have I approached 111 times? People saying that guy. Remember the guy, the talk show host, kind of conspiratorial. 9 times he said Don.
I think it was just the one at the end.
Yeah, it was the one at the end.
Why?
What?
It went 8 2/3 perfect. And
then grand
better.
slam. Yeah. Then suddenly guys who were running the bases. People get tired. All right, I'm tired. Which one is it here? Is it Don or Dom? It is the most amazing thing. Keep it up. I mean, it's great fodder for me. I'd get a kick out of it every time. The 9-time guy, I was thinking, all right, maybe I should say something here.
That's what I was thinking you were going to do.
But then I knew listeners would say, I wanted to say something, so I let it go.
Right.
But then, all right, we'll take more calls coming up. Jim Jordan swinging a big bat in the on-deck circle. We'll find out what he would have done with Fauci today as a chairman. But more importantly, Krasner coming to town. He'll be testifying before Jim Jordan's Justice Committee on does he do anything he can to diminish the charges against illegals. I could see Krasner saying, that's not true. I diminish them for everybody. I don't want anybody to be in jail. All right, 855-83-9. So I tell him, hey, if he mentions your wife, Jim, just be ready for that. Have you know that your wife that's it. Stop the testimony. The wrestling move comes on. He rips it open. He's got the wrestling gear on there. what was he, 51-0 or something like that in his wrestling days. Not a big guy at all, so it was a lower weight. Oh, yeah. Ohio State, the whole thing. Even a wrestling coach. Oh, yeah. I think he was a national champion. I'm not sure one of those years. But I do know he does apparently still do some wrestling moves there. These guys. You see Trump, show him the headlock, Jim. Put Lindsey Graham in a headlock.
He won 4 Ohio State high school wrestling championships with 150-1 record.
Wow.
And he wrestled for Wisconsin.
Okay.
3-time All-American,
Okay.
2-time Division I champion at 134 pounds. And he's in the National Wrestling Hall of Fame.
Wow. 150-1. I want to see the guy who beat him. That's who I would.
Oh, yeah.
Jim, say hello to Henry Machette, Mr. Machette.
Mache.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner out there in Lower Makefield. Hey, is there any rumor that you guys will invite Mandani there since he may be disinvited in New York? No, just kidding. You ought to come on and defend that, though, all your shenanigans with that. 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks, like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinics treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to you, something that are fighting words, something where you say that's war. World War I starting over the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. Think about it. Here's Fauci. They should have put a giant screen up hiding behind the Fifth Amendment when in 2020 to 2022 or thereabouts, you argue pretty persuasively, his diary might do it too, that he trampled on the constitutional rights of Americans. Look, we've said it many times, the first 6 weeks or so of COVID, you get it. We don't know what's going on. You got to try stuff. There might be some restrictions. But after a period of time, and the teachers' unions, a bigger villain, Randy Weingarten, they're one of the biggest villains of this whole thing. Wolfman Hack here, the stuff that he did with his petty powers. These were unconstitutional. And yet today, 111 times hiding behind the Constitution for something that begs not an apology, a debate, maybe a fiery debate. The other side, what he was thinking, what he did, what he says is fact scientifically, and he sticks by it. You know, he might say, if I had to do it over now, some new science said, okay. He can't do it because the record shows he was married to gain of function, and he did it in China, of all places. He doesn't want to debate any of that. And the diaries back all this up. The vanity part was something often suspected and talked about, but now we have his own evidence, his own document as evidence of what he was doing. And let's face it, if you're a normal person, I was watching some of the celebrities gushing with him today, Bono and Oprah, Brad Pitt interviewing, Julia Roberts tittering and interviewing Dr. Fauci. It's like, that's it, right? You didn't live. And one of the worst villains in all this is Stern, Howard Stern, that clown. Look, I get it. He's a germaphobe and all, but his stuff around this and he lost his mind. COVID is one of the big periods where he did that. He would sign off on anything here. And this is the guy who made $100 million, $200 million off what? A vaguely libertarian when he was back in a terrestrial day. He was libertarian. He wasn't a liberal. He wasn't a conservative, more of a libertarian sort of thing. And suddenly, this triggered him to all the stuff that's repellent. I see Jim Kelly now. He's out in the hallway. He wants to come in and defend Howard. Just the mere mention of it gets Jim Kelly crazy about, what he turned. He broadcast out of the Hamptons, the whole thing. Zenos in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos. Yo, Zenos. Oh, that's unusual. Zenos must have been waylaid there by a hamburger at the diner or something. Cheeseburger. Mark in Philly here on Talk Radio 1210. Mark, good afternoon.
What's up, everybody? Hey, I got an old school. So war could be between two people, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, it was said in The Wizard of Oz by the lion. Put him up.
Okay, sure.
No?
Yeah.
Not good?
I think so, yeah.
Hey, I got a question, Dom, real quick.
Yes.
So I think depending on the severity of whatever's happening, if you plead the fifth and it's really severe, I think you should get the ultimate punishment. So everybody's going after Fauci. Do you think the female doctor that quote unquote found the cure for COVID, do you think that was already made while they're testing, doing her things in the lab, and they just said, "You're going to be the hero. We're going to give it to you, and you're going to."
Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy guy on that. You know why, Mark? They break down. We would find that out. But thank you, Mark. Wow, early here. He must have heard us touting his record. Henry, what was it again? 150-1.
Yeah. Correct.
Uh-oh. Congressman Jim Jordan's with us. Congressman, I thought you were undefeated. Who was that guy that beat you? Was there any judges that were against Jim Jordan there?
No, I just got beat. It's I just got beat that night. I was in high school too. So anyway, good to be with you, man. What? Fauci took the fifth. Imagine that.
Well, I would have loved to have been watching with you in the green room when Rand Paul is in with it. Can we tag Jim Jordan in here? Have you ever? I don't think I've ever seen anyone. This is mob figures, et cetera, that do it repeatedly like this, or when the Biden people, when they were denying they knew anything. But I've never seen a more focal guy about an issue still unresolved. He doesn't have to apologize. He ought to come on and duke it out over what he did and defend it. I've never seen something this big take the Fifth Amendment in this way.
Well, but I mean, look, when you tell as many lies as he did, he was probably smart to listen to his counsel and not answer questions and exercise his Fifth Amendment liberties because, I mean, holy cow. Think about this. Everything they told us was false. Literally everything. The list. He said it wasn't gain-of-function research done at the lab in China. He said it wasn't our tax dollars at the lab in China. Both of those are wrong. He said it didn't come from the lab. Yes, it did. He said the vaccinated couldn't get the virus. That was false. The vaccinated couldn't transmit the virus. That was false. He said masks work. That was false. He said 6 feet social distancing was based on science. That was false. And then he said this was the first this first virus where there's no natural immunity. So he was 0 for 8. And meanwhile, when he's telling us those false things, he's writing the truth in his diary. Of course he's got to take the fifth, forgive me, for goodness sake.
So it wasn't a surprise to you and others? Did people know this was the likely scenario today?
Yeah, it really didn't surprise me. Remember, we had the head of Act Blue come in and take the fifth. And again, if you look at the fact pattern around what was going on at Act Blue and the fact that 5 of her employees who had resigned and taken the fifth, one was fired, there were some of her legal counsel, all the facts that are surrounding, I wasn't surprised she took the fifth, and frankly, I wasn't surprised that Fauci did today.
Well, I'll tell you who will not take the fifth, Larry Krasner. I can tell you here in Philadelphia, and it's not just the issue. You probably know this, and it's not McClintock. He may not even know that. It's one guy. It's Jim Jordan. Every chance he gets, he brings you up. So what do you?
He does.
What are you expecting? I would tell you this, in my view, and we got him impeached here. Then he overturned it. He is the top of the line, which means the worst for these progressive prosecutors, and he is beyond belief in these arguments. Usually, the moderator's on his side. He's insufferable behind the belief. Well, what do you know about Krasner? What are your thoughts here?
Yeah, no, you're right. He's in the same as Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, and Krasner. They're all that same vein, all soft on crime, all sanctuary jurisdiction type promoters. So, yeah, we want to know the communications and the policies around how their sanctuary policy is done there in Philadelphia. Because remember, we've had some of these other prosecutors where we've brought them in, either for a deposition or for a hearing, and it's like their policy to treat illegal migrants who commit a crime, in addition to entering the country illegally, commit another crime, and for that crime they will get a softer sentence or plea agreement or charge than will an American who commits the same crime, which is not how our Constitution operates. And so we want to know the communications surrounding their sanctuary policy and the decisions and how they prosecute people who are illegal migrants who commit some crime.
And where do we stand with that now? Has he submitted materials to you?
No, we're still waiting on that, and we'll keep digging. I got to go back and look at that. I'd have to look at the subpoena again and find out what the date on that is. It's probably coming up though. It's probably pretty soon because we sent this out relatively recent, but there's usually a fairly quick turnaround, so we'll have to check. But yeah, we've been in the middle of all kinds of things with this issue, with Fauci, with the audio tapes from Biden. We finally got those released. And then, of course, we did a referral for Jack Smith last week as well from our committee.
Jim Jordan with us. What do the audio tapes from Biden tell you at this point, long last when we got them out? What is your perspective after hearing this?
Well, Robert Hur, the special counsel, his assessment, I think, was on target. He said this guy kept classified information. He that was against the law, but that he would come across as a forgetful old man that would be sympathetic to a jury. And I think when you listen to the tapes, it's clearly the case. He says right on the tape, yeah, I just found these classified documents. I just found these documents classified downstairs. And of course he forgets all kinds of things. And it's kind of sad for that this guy was our president and he was already forgetting all kinds of important things that you should know, it seemed, like 8-10 years ago. And I think the real takeaway for me is the disparate treatment that President Trump got. Well, they went after him. And President Trump was the president. Joe Biden, when he took this stuff, was not the president. He was the vice president. The guy who can declassify things and has the authority to do all that's the president of the United States. And yet Jack Smith went after President Trump like crazy. And, of course, Robert Hur didn't go after Vice President Biden and in some cases Senator Biden and stuff that he had that was actually classified. And maybe the final takeaway is we all know why he did it. There were 8 million reasons why Joe Biden kept the classified information.
Exactly.
Because that was the advance he got for the book, for goodness sake. No different than Bolton.
Yeah. One parting area for you. We had Mike Johnson on, and I think this was a little while ago. Mondani, the communist, the socialist, is that a winning? I believe this is an issue that fires up in addition to get the Save America Act passed and all the stuff going on there. Do you think that issue, from what you and your instincts are top of the line, drives our voters to come out?
I do. I think it can help us politically in the short term, but I think it is very dangerous for our country, where you now have, the once great party of FDR and JFK is now anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, and socialist. That is just not healthy for our great nation, the greatest country ever. So, yeah, while there may be some short-term political benefit, the long-term implications, I think, are and consequences. I mean, there could be real consequences there, and that's what concerns me.
Upcoming for you and your committee, then, you mentioned the Jack Smith. Well, what else is occupying Jim Jordan? What's coming up for you?
Well, I think we're going to take a look at in September when we get back in session. We're going to take a look at some of the crazy policies happening relative to your Second Amendment liberties. You got Virginia and some of the things they've been doing. And then I think we'll also we may take a look at this International Criminal Court issue, but as well as some other things we got to get done in the Congress. But in the committee, we'll be looking at those things.
Well, Jim Jordan, thank you very much, Congressman. Good luck with Larry Krasner.
Thank you.
And I'm telling you, this is a guy. It'll be real. It'll be theatrical, to put it mildly.
Take care. Thanks for all your good work.
All right, thank you. Jim Jordan here on Talk Radio 1210. I could tell he's between, he called in early, so it tells me we got there's a conveyor belt going on there. But something. I don't have it. See, look, I get it. In his position, he's faced. Henry, do you think we're overvaluing, I am anyhow, Krasner? I don't think I am. I think he is top of the line. When you're in the ring with this guy, it is all out war. He's that good. Christie, the same way. I give credit to the enemy because that's the only way you win.
No, I think of you as kind of like the top local scout.
Right.
When you're going back to the GM that is Jim Jordan. You're going, here's the rundown on this guy. Here's everything you need to know before you make a decision on what to do with this guy.
Yeah, I hope they're not going, this is a little more difficult than we think. And I know, if you're a conservative, you think, oh, come on now, the policies are on ours. You watch what Krasner does in this. He'll try to make it technically on the law. What law school did you graduate, Jim Jordan? The wrestling school? Yeah, this is where it'll go. What's your line back, to that? Well, you need some factoids and what a dork he was at Conestoga or wherever it was.
A dork.
I would hit a butt and play Frankie Scales and the dorky bike outfit he had on. All right, more of your calls coming up. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Something that's over the line. Something that is war, meaning fighting. 855-839-1210.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, even restless-leg syndrome. In some cases, it can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes, covered by most insurances. Call 267-223-7162 and schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 267-223-7162 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 267-223-7162 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. USA Vein Clinic treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 267-223-7162.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured on the job, we mean it. But if you should suffer a work injury, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. The Democrat Socialists of America just announcing, coming off Jim Jordan there, the membership is now over 120,000, which doesn't seem to be overwhelming, but I don't doubt, at least on paper, they have people join. It's not like putting down you're a commie, even though it's the same thing and maybe even a bit nuttier. I still think this is the ball field for Republican. I don't think Jim Jordan wants to say it in the way that Mike Johnson did, but this is what I'm running against. And I come back to that golf course at the Shore and putting Mondani in there. The only thing, guys, over there, if anybody listens, it's a great little par 3 and driving range there. Put Mondani, take Mikey Sherrill out, put her at 150 yards. Put Mondani, not at 50 yards, at like 20 yards. And let's see what happens. And I don't think guys take out wedges and try to chip it at it. I think they're taking out drivers. I'm fighting this one down. Yeah. Or put Mondani, the guy that drives around picking up the balls and all. They're protected. It must feel, if a pro hit that thing, they might knock you off the, Some of the guys, the speed they hit a ball at might be kind of uh-oh. But put Mondani on there, driving around. You'll see the interest perk up. Have a Mondani night where, you just have a moving target. Like when they throw a football at something that goes across. You'll sell it out. Guys, take my word. I'll be happy to come down there and join you. He's the guy, the socialist communist. This is what you run against. This is where America is going. Polling out again today indicates it's going to be a very tight race. I mean, I would give Democrats potentially a slight edge, but only very slight for the midterms I'm talking about. And that's because of history, the party in power, the whole thing. I think this is going to be very close. So there should be no give up on this. Zenos in Upper Darby, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom and Yasu and Chow. Everybody there. Well, Dom, first of all, I'm going to mention a little bit about Zero Madami, the commie with the salami.
Yes.
So don't laugh at that. I could go over that. But anyway, I was watching Newsmax last night. A lot of the people for the 9/11 do not want him there. And you know what, Dom? I don't blame him. He's an anti-Semite. He supports ISIS. He supports Hezbollah. He supports his Hamas. How would you, as a mayor, sit there and all the people that were killed by radical Muslims sit there and talk? The people don't want him there. And me, if I was there, I'd get up and leave. I wouldn't listen to that clown. I don't listen to him now. He's nothing but a clown. He's going to ruin. He's going to ruin it.
I would predict in the end he will not go to that. That's what's going to happen. You're right. The numbers are overwhelming of people petitioning and saying, no, you can't have this guy here.
We can't have, and a lot of my people were killed in there too, with food finance, and we knew a couple of them. They don't want him there. I don't want him there. He's a disgrace to New York, one of the best cities in the world. Well, Dom, I'm going to get to my side answer. You know what really bugs me? It could be like war. It's when you get these idiots, and we have them here in Upper Darby, too. When they come to a stop sign, and they don't know, they start putting on their turn signals left and right. And same thing with red lights. Instead of knowing where you're going, you stop. And then one guy was going back and forth about 5 times, and they're beeping. And I feel like getting them out of the car, and, that is war to me.
Gotcha. Thank you, Zenos. I'll give you a guy who's declared war, what we're talking about here. Michael Court, Henry, you probably don't have any sense of the guy. I asked you to get him on. At Philly Mag, there's a big piece. This guy is somebody who has a group called Avenge the Ancestors, the African-American attorney, a real focal point. I've differed with him over the years. I've never had him on. Now he's declared war on the Philadelphia Parking Authority. Yes. The only efficient organization. He calls them the biggest street gang in Philadelphia.
Whoa.
I have to watch it. We're parked out there in that lot. Yeah,
Don't want to go too far.
Yeah, exactly. But the numbers of how much money SEPTA collected with these cameras and all going on now, with people pulling over for a second, they say in a bus lane or a bike lane or whatever. He just talks about their tactics, how wild it is with what they're engaged in, and he is willing to represent people, apparently, pro bono. This guy is a big time, he deals with capital punishment cases. And he's arguably the biggest activist over the last 20 years in Philadelphia, declaring war to try to undercut the Philadelphia Parking Authority. I don't know. I just remember the film. Remember the A&E series? You can go back and take a look at it. It's maddening. They're at Chestnut Street, which was 3:30, I believe, at that point, where you couldn't park, so they had multiple lanes open driving home. Most people think, 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock it is. They don't read it fully. And at 3:30, the head of the parking authority on tape blows the whistle, "Get him!" And they go running down the street, running and writing tickets and doing all that.
Jeez.
Yeah. Frank Rizzo said if elected again, he would break their pencils. That was one of his pledges. Yeah, I mean, this is just not freeing up parking. This is just revenue. And particularly, he's opposed to the red light cameras, which I am. They're not effective. We know what's effective, and somewhat the speed cameras, Roosevelt Boulevard and all that. Hope to get him on. This guy's got a lot of firepower. All right, we got a great side question going on. We're going to talk with Bill Devlin from Kenya a little bit later. Devlin represented, or religiously, I guess, coach people up over 100 of our listeners.
200.
200.
Yeah.
Wow. During COVID, as far as religious rights in order not to get the vaccine, and was able to push them through. The Archbishop of Philadelphia, hate to say it, Archbishop, he told his parish priest not to even meet with people around. And you got to meet with them. Come on, you're the priest. Nope, can't meet with you on this. That's it. Don't want to hear it. And they could say, look, I don't see the religious right here. This isn't really a religious thing. I'm not going to do it. Don't you, if you're the priest, have to meet with parishioners when they have a matter of concern over this? In other words, they were anticipating some of the downside that was covered up around the vaccine. I mean, I clearly see the upside of the vaccine, but you had so many people that lost everything. And you can't even talk to a priest about this. That's where Devlin jumped into the ring. All righty, it's 855-839-1210. But the universal thing ought to be today with Dr. Fauci, disgrace. In that, no need for him to apologize. I mean, you may say you want to, okay. The bottom line is, though, America deserved a shootout here of Fauci, who is the preeminent scientist on paper, and the quarterback of this whole thing during COVID. It just shows you we refuse to come to terms with what happened here. And the odds are it could happen again. Every day we hear about another potential pandemic of this, that, or whatever. What were the things that were done? What was right? What was not? 855-839-1210. You get online right now.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
New rules, New Jersey. If you have an e-bike, riders must be at least 15, hold a valid driver's license, or an e-bike special license.
There is a designated bike lane inside of my development, and I see these kids in the neighborhood that have these little e-scooters, and they're I call them the Bluebell Bike Bandits because they're a pain in the ass. They don't adhere to any of the rules. They're 12 years old. I don't expect them to know the rules. Like, where the hell are their parents at?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So 1 week after that announcement that really has shaken things up over in Jersey, thousands of non-citizens registered to vote and did vote. Mikey Sherrill said Tuesday the state has begun purging 4,500 of those people from the voter rolls. What took so long? But she will not give up any information on that, any names, whatever, because they're here illegally. Tomorrow at, 12:15, we have Al Schmidt coming on, Secretary of State of Pennsylvania. And I don't always do this, but for this one, any questions, don't call me afterward. You can hit me on Twitter, send me an email that you'd like to be asked about where we are in Pennsylvania. They had a purge the other day. I may have to ask, look, Linda and Scott Presler are the go-tos here because this is in the weeds, but it's important weeds of what goes on here with the State Department. And one of the things I'll ask, do we know, coming off New Jersey, coming off Chester County, what Scott Presler has unveiled, how many people that might be registered to vote that are non-citizens? So we'll see. I'm sure they're going to defend. And are they going to say zero? Al Schmidt, Secretary of State, tomorrow at 12:15, right here on Talk Radio 1210. And we'll see what he says and where it goes and how it plays out. Greg in the Northeast is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg.
Hi, Kirk, Henry, Dom. Right.
Hey.
Great interview with Jim Jordan. I like him. He'll fly off the handle a little bit, I think, and then catch himself when he faces Krasner. That'll be pretty good. And Krasner's slick. He's about as smooth as it came. He knows the law inside out. So he's definitely gonna play Jim Jordan a little bit, try to get his emotions up, I think. But I think Jordan better hold it together.
Yeah. So that's why I'm cautioning. Look, Jordan's been in the ring with a lot of big people, but I would tell you, just like Christie, his skills are there. Krasner's skills are there. You got to wait for your moment. And you're right. Being emotional with him is not the way to go.
No, he's waiting for it. Then he can mock you. I mean, it's going to be a little tougher because Jim Jordan's a little bit bigger than some of our city workers. You know what I mean, in our city administration. But go to Fauci a little bit. I was with you. I thought Fauci was going to fight a little bit. I didn't think he was going to take the fifth on everything. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if he can fight some and plead the fifth on others. I don't know how that works with their
he can. He can do that, sure. That's what I thought he would do.
Me too. He should have fought the gain of function stuff. Listen, I'm sure there's more gain of function. We're always working behind the scenes to find something that's more terrible than the last weapon or more contagious than the last disease. I'm sure it is. But he just lied about it. He could have fought and said, I'm for it, but I didn't know it was in China. That's a whole different article. But he's a pain. He weaseled out. I didn't think he was going to do it. I thought his giant inflated ego was going to get the better of him, and he was going to fight a little bit.
That is what I thought was happening, Greg. But here's the thing. Now we have the big vote next week. What are these weasel Republican senators going to do? He is in contempt here.
Well, this is what they're going to do. They're going to say, yes, I think he's in contempt, but we're not going to be able to enforce any laws. That's how they're going to get out of it. Because let's be real. Both the Democrats and Republicans on this kind of issues are on the same team because they don't want to put themselves in that position some years down the line if they ever get into it. So they're on the same team.
What I'm saying, though, Greg, is at any time maybe they get away with it. This is so big, and when they're weaseling out on the Save America Act at the same period of time, we're going to hold them on this.
I hope we do, but I'm going to go back to what I just said. They're cowards, and most of them are on the same team, and that's very sad. But the other thing was Fauci and the lockdowns. The unintended consequence of this stuff is school choice. Yes. Because I was being a parent. My son was sent home. He was on Zoom, all my brother's kids, and we started to witness what they were being taught as we were walking over their shoulder and these progressive views. And we're like, wait a minute, this is nonsense. So that's unintended consequence, and now it's coming. It's going to gain steam. It may seem like, 5-7 years seems like a long time right now, but in the long-term effect, 40 years from now, when it's in and it's now paying the price of smarter children, I think it was worth the wait.
I couldn't agree with you more. What's your side today?
My side goes back to when we were anybody over 50 knows this and lived with a big house. Dad got home from work. My dad was a cop. Sometimes did a second job, odds and ends, to pick up money. Went in the refrigerator, and the 6 ice cube trays were empty.
Oh, 6 of them! Oh my God!
When if you were the closest child to my father, rest his soul, there could be an issue. But that was one of the big things. Fill the ice cube trays up.
Thank you. That's a great one.
Nice.
That is war. 6 trays. Oh my God.
Yeah, 6 trays all empty. I'd be furious.
That works. That's a keeper. That's up there. All right, Bill Devlin is in Kenya. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing, but as Henry corrected here, 200 of our listeners are thereabouts. He was able to get over the finish line, not to lose their job, whatever. We'll relive with him some of the stories they were telling him and why, with the Archdiocese of Philadelphia, through the Archbishop, tell priest, now other archdioceses, they did counsel people. They could say, hey, is this really a religious objection that you have to this, or is this a medical or whatever? I'll ask Devlin about that. Was it really religious? Why would you not be able to talk to a priest about that? When you're really concerned, particularly, as I remember this, we were fairly far along. We started to know some of the damage that might happen, some of the side effects. 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
Celebrate Christmas in July and save at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
A diagnosis like heart failure ain't tricky, because when it's your heart, you don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, some things never change. The Fed leaves interest rates unchanged. After all these replacements here, they still will not do it. Dom Giordano's show. Mike C. on Twitter has a great picture, Beyond Warfare. When someone calls it sauce, would you like some more sauce on your macaroni?
Whoa.
Oh, that's it.
That's
it.
That's war.
Get to the ramparts. 100-year warfare with the Zeolites on that one.
Yep.
That was duked out in Phoenixville. Oh, my God.
Wow.
I may have said to a guy, I don't care that you were born in Rome. It's gravy. Henry, you were there for that one,
Yeah,
right?
I was.
It was pretty much that, right? By that point, I had it.
Yeah, it was that you were coming. That argument was coming to a head. You just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, when a guy starts, well, I lived in Rome.
So?
Well, I think I said, well, I lived in South Philly, buddy. It may have been that. It was war.
Wow.
It was over the line. All right, buddy, Rome, South Philly. And there was a tepid South Philly clap there. That's what really got me. Wait a minute. It's like Brooklyn. Well, Pastor Bill Devlin, our buddy, globetrotting, is in Kenya. But he responded to Henry's beacon out there. I bet our Heritage Foundation economist, if he were on the moon, he would say, all right, Henry, I can only give you 3 minutes. We'll have to clear it with NASA. But let's go to Pastor Bill Devlin, his part during this whole thing around COVID. Hey, Bill, what are you doing in Kenya today?
God bless you, Dom and Henry and Captain Kirk. I should call you guys the Gravy Boys. So God bless all the Gravy Boys. God bless your listeners. And, yeah, I'm here in Northwest Kenya just to give people a little orientation, and I'm happy to be your roving international correspondent on 1210. And I'm in an area poverty-stricken. The people live the same way. They live in mud huts, no infrastructure. It's right where Uganda, Northwest Kenya, and South Sudan meet in those three borders. And I've been building schools here for the last 10 years to get a little graphic. This is an animist tribe called the East Bakat. They mutilate their little girls. It's called female genital mutilation, or FGM, at age 11 after their first menstruation. And then the fathers sell them for 30 goats or 30 head of cattle to the highest bidder after a year at age 12.
Oh, my God.
So we came here 10 years ago. Yeah, it's a tragic situation. And I came here 10 years ago at the invitation of a pastor in Nairobi, Kenya. And he said, come to East Bakat. You'll be the first Mzungo white person there in 70 years. They may try to kill you, but let's go make a difference. So we just completed. Yeah, that's a true story. I just completed my 25th school. So we build schools. We call them simple schools. nothing fancy, no AC, no electricity, no inside toilets, no running water. And I put up 25 schools now as of yesterday for $8,000 each. And of course, we've been talking to the folks about Jesus, and we've seen a lot of conversions and transformations to Jesus. So it's really an exciting place. I've been here 15 times, never been threatened. In fact, they laugh at me because I'm the first white guy they've seen in 70 years. So it's a great joy to work with these impoverished people as I do in 15 other countries, Dom. And I'll be in Cuba in about 2 weeks, and I'll talk to you then on August 7th.
Oh, yeah, we'll be setting that up. Bill, so you probably haven't seen as much of Fauci today taking the Fifth Amendment, but maybe even more apropos, the Archbishop of Philadelphia took the Fifth Amendment religiously, telling his pastors, telling his religious figures not to even engage with parishioners who may have had, and look, it's all in conscience, it's all, and I'll let you handle that part, whether these were religious objections or medical objections and how that plays out. But you got to talk with the people during COVID when they don't want to get this vaccination and their livelihood, their career, the military, they're all going to be out unless they figure a way around this.
Yeah, and Dom, hats off to you in 1210 because I remember we were talking about this right in the middle of the beginning of COVID, and that's where my dear friend, I was just with him 3 weeks ago in Girard at St. John Newman Parish Shrine, and I didn't have an opportunity to talk to him, but your listeners would know that it was now almost 5.5 years ago where my dear friend Archbishop Nelson Perez gave a decree, as you just said, and said no parish priest within the archdiocese can give a religious exemption to a parishioner. And so I just stepped in basically because of you, Dom, and I remember that call, I think it was in April of 2020, and you said, Pastor Devlin, what are you going to do about that? So I gathered together a group of volunteers, and we created this eponymous organization called the Vaccine Exemption Task Force. And over the next year, we helped doctors, lawyers, city employees, nurses, teachers, hospital workers. We even helped a group of nuns over in Ireland who heard about what I was doing. And we were all volunteers. I didn't charge anybody anything for a religious exemption letter. We saved, actually, Dom, because of you in 1210, we saved over 200 people from getting fired from their jobs. And all I did was we crafted a religious exemption letter based upon the Civil Rights Act of 1964 that your employer in that law says they must give you a reasonable accommodation for a religious belief. And so our first step was to give them the template for that letter, and they gave it to their employee and their employer. And 80% of the people who submitted that letter with their signature got it. There was another 19% that said, hey, the hospital HR people are giving me, they're crawling up my leg. And so for probably another 30 people, I had to personally interview at no cost. And I said, I have heard this person's statement of faith, and they want an exemption, a religious exemption from the vaccine. And then we maybe had 2 or 3 people that we referred them to a pro bono attorney. So guess what? Out of those over 200 people, Dom, because of your help and because we crafted this religious exemption task force, that everybody we got a call from and delivered a letter, their job was saved. Not one person lost their job during a year period. So, I mean, this is the collaboration of talk radio and a crazy pastor like me that will come alongside and say, look, and then Dom, for me, the butter has slipped off the noodles, the elevators, and go to the top floor, and I'm 3 French fries short of a Happy Meal for Jesus. And so as a result of that, just think about these nurses, these city employees, the police officers, teachers. I could go down the list, and they say if they don't get a letter from me in a week, I'm going to be fired. And single moms, I mean, you name the person, even this group of nuns in Ireland, and they said, look, the head of our order is mandating we get the vax. Now, we did not take a position on the vaccine. You want to get the vax, go ahead. You don't want to get it, we can help you based upon religious exemption. So it's a clear victory that we've had. And even today, Dom, there are some businesses that are mandating not only the COVID vaccine, but the flu vaccine. For whatever reason. And so we've done some religious exemptions based upon the Civil Rights Law in 1964 for people that were mandated. If you don't get the flu vaccine, you're fired. And these were not new people, Dom, that were in like a training period.
Exactly.
These had been people, in Catholic hospitals, mind you, that had been there 20, 25 years, people working in the kitchen, nurses, doctors, and so we just said we've got to help these people, and regardless of where people were coming from, we didn't ask them why they didn't want to get the vaccine. Some people said I'm religiously opposed because Moderna and Pfizer used the the cells of an aborted child. Other people just didn't want the mRNA stuff in their bodies, and of course, me being a retired registered nurse, and back in the day, I actually ran a psychiatric hospital in Fort Washington. I got hired to do that because they said I would fit in well with the patients. But think about that. Think about all the people that we helped, and it was a collaboration between what Pastor Devlin did and 1210 WPHT. Wow. So I've really got to thank you, Dom, and your team there when Dan was producing for you. So this is just a tremendous success story, and it continues today. And imagine that if you had the opportunity to help 200 people save their jobs. These were not the big shots. These were the little people that, go to work daily, 9 to 5, 7 to 3, 3 to 11, 11 to 7. And with your help and with God's help and with Jesus' help, we were able to deliver on that promise.
Thank you, Bill, very much. For people that want to help, because you need support building all those schools, et cetera, where do they go to connect with Bill Devlin?
Yeah, and I'm going to, as people say, why do you give out your cell phone? I want them to send me a text, and I'm going to give, it's a New York City number, and it's 646-233-7279, 646-233-7279, because I'm all about not just sending people to a website, although I'm all over social media. You can see me on Facebook, William PB Devlin. You can see me on Instagram, on X. And so call that number, 646, text me, 233-7279. My email address is octanefaith@yahoo.com. And, Dom, thank you so much for this continuing story. I mean, this has been going on now 6 years. So thank you for your faithfulness, and God bless you. And God bless Henry and Captain Kirk and all your listeners. And I just encourage your listeners to keep Jesus number one in their heart and life. Thank you, Dom, and God bless.
Stay safe. Thank you, Pastor Bill Devlin. I mean, I love the idea of characters. And if I just to ask this, just as a thing in honor of Devlin here, if I think of my top 10 characters, Henry, I'm not sure in your time, these people that are regulars, either they're a guest, they're a caller, or whatever. Over it, Devlin is one. Now, the number one, I don't see how you can beat. I mean, Philadelphia has characters. These other Sunbelt don't. Joey Vento. Mm-hmm. You can't even imagine some of the stuff that went on with that. But Devlin is right there. You can't invent a guy who globetrots the world, calls me from Cuba, et cetera, and has been here in the Philadelphia area. That's where I met him. Would you say Zenos? Even though it's been relatively short, only a year or so with him, is one.
He's a character for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, all of our callers.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that are callers. Yeah. So it's that kind of thing. And I don't know why the Archbishop, look, have the priest talk with these people. If the priest says, no, I don't think this is religious, okay. But over 200 people were saved in that manner from Bill Devlin and Talk Radio 1210.
One of the things about Bill Devlin, it's just funny to me. It's like, sometimes you reach out for a guest, and
Yeah.
sometimes they're like, sorry, they're traveling, they're on the train,
Oh,
whatever.
it doesn't matter, yeah.
Bill's just like, yeah, I'm in Kenya or wherever. Yeah, I'll hop on for 10, 15 minutes, no problem.
He's got the satellite phone, yeah. Well, E.J. Antoni's the same thing. E.J., put down those economic tables. Jump on right now.
Well,
yes, sir.
That's why I was guest of the year.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
So.
Absolutely. All right, 855-839-1210. More on Fauci coming up. But really, it's a look back. And one other point, the thing with Devlin is a lot of those people, it was after we saw some of the side effects vis-a-vis the vaccine. It wasn't even early on where this started to build up. And you had to make a choice around this. Should people have lost their jobs in the military? Of course not in this. And yet, Dr. Fauci, who was trampling all over that, and that's fine. He doesn't have to apologize for it. Couldn't even make an argument today on it. And some people, my legal judgment here, I'll put my legal hat on. Well, it's kind of a half hat since I really didn't graduate law school. My sense is that you can answer some of these questions and object using the Fifth Amendment on others. Now, his lawyers might say, don't do that. How would that cut, et cetera? By the way, somebody called in State Senator Geist. His attorney screaming today was the attorney for Bobby Menendez. All right. little note you're not hearing anywhere else. Here's how you get in 855-839-1210. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, you're playing today for a pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Greatest moments in Philly sports on Thursday, August 6th. Does he do LeBron James? Probably not. I'm not sure
maybe.
yet.
We're going to have to
Yeah,
ask
he
him.
does. I think his best is Joel Embiid. He captures the essence of a little bit of softness there. August 6th, Ocean City Music Pier with Ray Dininger, Glenn McNow. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com.
Yeah, Dom, so side question there, we're asking for something that means war to you, whether someone says something or does something that you're just like, all right, I've had enough. And there's a lot of avenues that could have went down today with this. A lot of songs about war. Could have gone with the band War. I was going that way for a while, but I ended up not doing that and ended up sticking with a song about war, a famous song. And that famous song is Gimme Shelter by the Rolling Stones. Only, of course, today it's not going to be sung by the Stones. It's going to be sung by someone else. So I want to know the name of this band covering Gimme Shelter. Some things about them. Very big band in the 90s. Very, known for their melodic rock, I'll say. However, when they first got their start as a band, they had a more punk, edgier sound. And this cover of Gimme Shelter definitely has that punk sound to it. It's off their first album in 1989. Some things about this band, though. They couldn't get booked at a club until they changed their name. Their name was too inappropriate for this club, so this club wouldn't book them. So they decided, all right, let's change the name to something. So they went through an old True Detective magazine and found a random, blurb excerpt in there, like, all right, we're going to use this as our name for our new band. Stuck. Eventually, 10 years or so later, they hit it big with a very big hit song that spent 18 weeks at the top of the charts. Top of the charts. Because it was written for a movie starring Nicolas Cage and Meg Ryan. All right? So I want to know the name of this band that got big when they wrote a song for a Nick Cage, Meg Ryan movie. And I want to know who they are covering Gimme Shelter here. Let's take a listen.
A lot of clues.
They don't sound like this at all anymore. Their music that you know them from doesn't sound like this at all, but they hit it big with a 1998 hit from a Nick Cage movie. Want to know who this is?
All right, it's 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You're off to a great time with Ray Dininger, Joe Conklin, Glenn Macnow. 855-839-1210.
Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new gas-sipping Kia. Get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
This is Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Your wedding band should last a lifetime, so why settle? We're family owned and design every piece ourselves. When you work with us, you're getting quality jewelry crafted with care, and you're working direct with the designer, me. Step up to the 5th seat and get a wedding band you'll treasure forever at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com. If you drive a truck, Jeep, SUV, or any vehicle equipped with any and all-terrain type tires, this promotion is for you. Right now, during United Tire's Terrain Tough Tire event, buy any set of 4 all-terrain or mud-terrain tires and save $100 on your tires, plus $50 off a wheel alignment. That's $150 in total savings. United Tire carries the trusted brands you know, backed by honest service and expert technicians who keep you driving with confidence. Visit your neighborhood United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. Well, it certainly is. Busy day. You heard Henry. This is more the abbreviated version. There are a lot of clues given there in this group. Wow, I don't know if it's threw us off. Here's today's clue.
hit it big because of a 1998 movie they sang a song for.
Let's go to Harry in Upper Darby. Harry, what's your answer today?
Is it the Goo Goo Dolls?
Nicely done.
All right, very nice. Enjoy Joe Conklin, Ray Dininger, Glenn Macnow, Ocean City Music Pier. Great night. Any more on that, Henry?
The hit song they broke through with was Iris.
Okay.
Yeah.
President Trump, while all this is going on with Fauci, dropped something on Truth Social interesting today. These are charts on Amy Coney Barrett's shifting Supreme Court voting record. In other words, without getting into the weeds and minutia here, when she started in 2021, let's see, well, in 2020, 65% she voted in alignment with the other conservatives in non-unanimous cases. So we're throwing out unanimous cases, okay? And then it was in 2021, 80%. And it's dipped now to close to 50% most years of the recent years. And one of the arguments being given today is the reason for that is the threats on the Supreme Court, particularly on Amy Coney Barrett, her kids, where they go to school, and the whole thing. Could be an example, and this is a masterstroke by Trump to try to put it on record, because these Supreme Court justices are human beings too, that we're watching this, whatever kind of power, it's a lifetime appointment. I think it's more she wants to be in step with the John Roberts court. He's the problem here, and she follows this. And it's a miss. However you look at it, whatever she's doing, Amy Coney Barrett is a big fat miss when it comes to who Trump put on the court. I would say Kavanaugh is a near miss. Gorsuch, I think, is very solid. But think about the number of picks. I mean, it's almost as if the guy that had the burner phones here when he was the son, who was the GM of the Sixers, who's missed more? It might be very close. Number one picks, I'm talking high picks that the Sixers had. Two of them were number one in the world, right? Is it two?
Yeah, they had 16 and 17.
Yeah, two in the world, and they missed incredibly. One guy didn't get the memo that basketball is about putting the ball in the hoop is the number one thing that you do, not just defense and handling the ball. You don't get points for that. So who's a bigger miss here? The Trump advisors and what they came up with here, because he's not doing the scrutiny of these people. You know, it's like the lottery. Amy Coney Barrett's a miss. Arguably, given the way that she was sold and given that she's brilliant and will have some suasion and young into the future, a big miss. Souter was a miss, a big miss. They chickened out. They wanted someone without a big written record because they got knocked off a few times, and it was a miss. Reagan missed putting the first woman on the Supreme Court. She was always the 5 in the votes that liberals got on the major issues like affirmative action. I haven't forgotten that. Democrats don't miss. Who's the last Democrat where they went, oh, man, I'd have to really go and research it. You know the big three there that they have now. Ketanji Brown can't tell you what a woman is and is criticized all the time by other Supreme Court justices because of her lack of legal expertise at an elite level. And yet, she's not a miss. You know what you're going to get there. You know where she's going to go. Probably at Sotomayor, not a miss. Kagan, not a miss. You know where they're going to go. Argument, she's a contextualist. She's really following the laws. Alito is not. Alito, to me, is, now maybe because I've interviewed him pretty extensively, I just think he is the best pick. And think about it. George W. Bush had to be forced to put Sammy Alito on the bench. Think of where we would be without that push and without Alito. We'd be good at real estate. Bush's pick would have been, real estate question. You want a house, Justice? Think about his crafting of the Dobbs decision. But since Dobbs and all that went into that, Amy Coney Barrett, Trump making the point today, is nowhere near that alignment. She's much more aligned with John Roberts, who is one of the biggest misses of all time. Bush again. Bush would have given us his real estate lawyer and John Roberts. I mean, other than the situation where the president is involved with international affairs on a big-time level like Iran, what is the biggest power they have, sadly, that it affects our lives this much? And that is whom they put on the Supreme Court. I don't know any of the Republican presidents where I'm going to point to and say, yes, these were highest quality and they weren't a miss. That's what it comes down to. Their personal views are involved in this, in addition to their legal expertise, and we just miss. So good on Trump. Why is he doing that? Hopefully the message will get to Amy Coney Barrett that people are monitoring this. Will it in a close call here? It's working the refs. That's what it is. Now, can you do it? It's a lifetime appointment. And I'm sure she's got youngish kids. That pressure that the left has put on with threats and everything else, even if it's not in your conscious or your subconscious, maybe there's a sense of not wanting to align with, Alito. But Alito is the key guy. He is the driving force here. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Hit us with something where you go, that's war. The ice cube trades, 6 ice cube trades that was talked about. This coming off World War I because Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated. That's it. That's war. Things were bubbling up, but when that happened, for whatever reason, bang, one of the worst, barbarous periods in history, World War I happened. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutogroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you. you.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom, 855-839-1210. You get in. Hit us on the side question. Also, the former DEI chief for the city of Philadelphia, for the Sherelle Parker administration, filed a big lawsuit just being reported on, in which she said the Parker administration tried to suppress or rebrand diversity work and said there were derisive comments made about other DEI leaders. She claimed Parker, a centrist Democrat who's black and the city's first female mayor, said she didn't care about this. In other words, they have to have that. They're liberals after all, DEI, but they're not going to go down that path. They only cared about minority business. Now, I mention this because I see this as another thing out there where Larry Krasner is paying attention to this. And the more that Sherelle Parker is seen as this centrist figure, not doing silly stuff toward President Trump and all that, Krasner, who I believe can stay as DA, he doesn't have to quit and run for mayor, I still think he's going to do that. And one of his starring roles, we had Jim Jordan on, that'll be up on podcast today. He'll be testifying based upon what Jordan said. Dates are a little unclear. It'll probably be after Labor Day in front of the Justice Committee about does he diminish the charges against people here illegally so they won't be deported. Yeah, of course. He diminishes them against everybody, you can say. Are you kidding me? Watch for this as a star moment. And, I'm not sure that Jim Jordan, I didn't want to go too far. If I had him off air, I'd say, look, you got to realize, I told him, this guy in the ring, this is going to be nuts. And particularly, you're not a lawyer, and that's where he'll go. This will be a big moment. And he's telling the mobs in Philadelphia, I'm taking on Jim Jordan vis-a-vis Trump. I'm the one taking him on. Sherelle Parker's not going to do that. Now, Sherelle Parker is historic, a great debater, first female mayor, and a lot of union support and all that. And Krasner's got a lot of people that hate him. True. But I'm telling you, I think he's going to run for mayor in the end. And this will be one of those points that we'll see. Now, some people, like to say, well, he can do less damage there. No, he'll try to install a puppet there and still help to coordinate that, but also damage the city. I would say this, and I've thought about it a little bit. Who would be more damaging to their city? Mondani or Larry Krasner? Now, Mondani is an extreme hater, ideologue, but Larry Krasner is relentless in his ideology. God only knows what he would try to do with executive power if he were the mayor in Philadelphia. I'm serious about that. So we know about Mondani, but this guy in the ring is difficult, to put it mildly. You have to be ready for battle. It's kind of when I had Christie on. I'm telling you, it was ferocious when he hugged Obama that time. My God, I was cotton-mouthed. I was during the break trying to get
not enough tea in the world.
One of those beer thing, and just water and tea. There's not enough tea. I didn't even go for the tea. My headset was riding up like this over here. What exactly did I say? I almost said you blank. Right out of the box, charging, right in there. If it had been in studio, it would have been the best moment I've ever had. He's that good. I'd put Christie in the ring with any of these guys. I think Christie would handle Krasner. I don't know about Jim Jordan and the boys. I think there's going to be a bit of shock when the balls roll out there and they're going, oh, my God.
He's in the big leagues?
Yeah. I think Krasner is the big leagues.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
Oh, yeah.
He's been sitting in the minors just waiting to get called up.
Oh, yeah. No, he is. And he's a lawyer. And they're not. And that's where this is going to go. And then he'll have some phrase like the pull up or whatever the mob wants to hear thing. Let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil.
Hey, good afternoon and happy Hanukkah to you all.
And only 149 days to Christmas.
Right.
Shop early here. That's right.
And you know what? Between Hanukkah and New Year's, I guess I'm going to have to default to Happy New Year's.
Yes, that's always the default position. Yes.
Just shaking my head.
Yeah.
So you know what? Zeros. It's interesting. It's Mandami with the halal salami.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Nicely. Zeno's got to go back to the lab out there in Upper Darby.
Exactly.
I was going to try and tell him, but I couldn't.
Yeah, he likes saying salami an awful lot. I noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess that's his thing.
Yeah.
So you know, it's interesting. Real quick before I give my answer, the key word that I've heard no less than 20 times a day online is it's not widely spread. It's like even once.
Oh, right.
One voter fraud is too many. But
well,
I hear it like,
and I got to give Jennings, duking it out on CNN, Phil, to your point, the way to deal with them is say, what's your tolerance? Tell me your tolerance level for how much cheating, Abby Phillip. That's exactly how to go after this.
Perfect. I'm going to default to that.
Yep.
You tell me what's acceptable.
Exactly.
So my side for the day, and again, since I drive all day long, the thing that pisses me off the most, that makes me crazy, is if you have 10 lanes at a toll booth, you pick the wrong one, that they stop, and it's not like give $5, get $2 change, and just be on your way. They got to strike up a conversation. They're in New York. They're in New York, and they want to know, how do I get to South Carolina?
Thank you. South of the border. Yeah. Only that would have been the countdown. You're only 1,146,000 miles away from south of the border.
Yep.
Clever. Those ads. Really good. By the way, that was a good one yesterday, the countdown. I'm still getting people on Twitter putting them up. All right. These are fighting words. This is war. Archduke Ferdinand, they finally went to war. What is it that propels you to get over that line? 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. One little update, too. We're seeing a stiffening, and I'll tell you an example here, of these towns around Philadelphia, suburban towns on AI. I hear what Stacey Garrity's doing, asking for a pause and all that. I think I'd throw a jolt in here even more because Shapiro's not being dinged by this, even though he got a lot of money from Amazon and everybody else. How do we make people see he is all on board with the AI data centers? He clearly was. I'll tell you the latest on that and your calls. 855-839-1210.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40 and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month.
Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Neighbors District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Neighbors, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
From Chester Springs to Clementon, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Okay, hit us with something that are fighting words out there in Plymouth Township. Fighting words over AI. Not only are they duking it out with the developers, they're telling them that temper tantrums and bullying will not move them forward on this. I don't know what Stacey Garrity has to do, but she and Josh Shapiro are on opposite sides on this. And they got all that money and open up the floodgates. And in suburban areas, people are outraged. They just seem to be blaming the local commissioners. And I get that somewhat. That's what they have access to. But what issue will rise to the top in the governor's race here? With Shapiro, which is critical. Everyday national articles talking about how he's going to carry those 4 congressional seats so that they'll have to take a look at him presidentially. All right, 855-839-1210. Something that triggers you, how the world was triggered into World War I right around this time. Seems like 100 years, well, more than 100 years ago. Yeah, it is. The Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Oh, thanks, Don.
Yeah.
Got to get them in.
We're going to have to replay that. He did say Dom 3 or 4 times, and at the end, fatigue set in, and it was Don.
I got a story about that I'll tell you later. Okay. It's a long, drawn-out story. A couple of quick things. One off topic. You mentioned the parking authority earlier. Did anyone notice that besides me, that the consumer cellular commercial that you play on the air now uses the Parking Wars theme in the background? Just something I just thought I'd throw out there.
I didn't know that. Yeah, we have to play at some point. Should be easy to access. The Parking Wars came here. And they loved it. They thought it was great publicity. And people are saying, I'm not going to that city.
But one of the reasons I called is we've been talking about Fauci, and I don't know if people remember, I've mentioned this in the past, that I have a degree in biology, and I specialized in pathology. And the moment I saw Fauci the first time on TV, I said, this guy's an idiot. The fact that he's going around saying that we don't know how to handle this COVID thing, you ever wonder why they called it COVID-19? Because originally it was presented as CoV SARS-2, because it was COVID SARS-2. COVID SARS-1 happened in 2002, and it was killing 20-year-olds. My nephew got it then, and he didn't die, but he had immunity. And during COVID-2, he was hanging around people that were coughing in his face and infected, and he never got sick. Fauci knew that ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine was an effective treatment to help with the symptoms of COVID, and he said nothing about it. The man was a liar the entire time. I look at Fauci the way in the Seinfeld episode, Opposite George. If Fauci said something, do the exact opposite.
Yeah. What's your side, Earl?
My answer is going to be, it's bad enough if someone that you know does it as a joke. But if a stranger just walks up to you and say, "Hey, your wife's hot, your girlfriend's hot,"
yeah, okay. What do you guys say on that one? I'm just taking your pulse.
It's annoyance.
Yeah?
It's annoyance, not really nothing to
I
shoot
mean,
for
like,
going to war
are
about.
people at that, like, blunt about it? Like, they're not saying,
Okay.
like, hey, man, you did a good job. They're just coming
Yeah.
up saying, yeah, she's hot, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
like, no, if you
that's-
say, yeah, you did a good job there, that's fine by me.
Okay,
that's
all
a
right.
little- yeah.
All right, Ro, text Henry again on that. Michael in Wilmington. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom, my good sir. How are you today?
Very good.
Good. Another good show. Another great guest you've had on. So one thing for me that are definitely fighting words or can start a war, I could be in a line, and the person in front of me is basically buying about 100 things, and finally is about to check out, and they pull out the checkbook. I'm like, and I start seeing them write the check. And it's another 5 or 10 minutes because, like, who do I write it out to? And how much is it? And let me sign it. And then let me clear the check. And then let me run the check through the check. I almost went like, here is my credit card or here's cash. Just keep it moving. Keep it moving.
Very nice. It's all in the call. That is a moment, too, that, it's you face the pocketbook, too. Bruce in the Northeast, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Dom, you learn something new every day on the Dom Show. Nobody knew that Earl has a degree in biology.
You know what? And if Dan, that was his specialty, he would have jumped never, forever. We'd be bringing up biology questions. I wrote myself a note so I don't forget. So, Earl, tell me about that. The one thing I remember biology, the build-up, the countdown, week after week, we're going to have to dissect the frog. Oh,
yeah.
I think I was out
animals.
that day. I timed it. One day sick. I'm not dissecting the frog. I don't want to do the frog.
Same.
Yeah, right. Ribbit.
Yeah.
My answer today is you can picture yourself in a movie theater or at a nice, expensive dinner restaurant, and the person right near you cuts a big bomb. I mean, a fart that stinks like eggs and sulfur, and you're just stuck, and you want to go out and slap the guy, It's just, I'm telling you.
It might be a woman doing it, too. Thank you, Bruce. All right, toward the end, we got kind of graphic here, and we learned that Earl has a degree in biology. Robert will call tomorrow. Well, astrophysics, I've never reported it. What do you say, Kirk, today? What did you think?
Wow. With that, I'm going to go with Greg from Northeast not filling up the ice cube tray.
The 6 is what did it. It's all in the call. 6 ice cube trays.
Yeah, the 6, not filling up the 6 ice cube trays get me irate, too, so I second that.
Yep.
I'd also like Joan Columbus's answer of beanball. I mean, that's an instant bench clearing. We're settling this now.
Yeah, I'll go with the ice trays.
Yeah, we'll go with the ice trays. All right.
Yeah. Tomorrow, just to give you a little preview, we sort of agreed on this. Around this time, either yesterday, today, Miami was incorporated with 344 voters, incorporated city of Miami. All right? So we might do things associated with Miami. I think there's enough. I think there's some pretty wild stuff associated with that. But, of course, we're on the lookout for more to summarize with Dr. Fauci today. What's going to happen is Rand Paul, as the committee chairman, they'll at least have to vote on it. Next week, a vote on contempt for Fauci. All kinds of people already lining up saying that's not going to work. I don't know why. He has the pardon, unless they're going to argue, well, we don't know about the pardon, auto pen. He has the pardon. There is case law on this telling us that if you have the pardon, then you can't assert the Fifth Amendment right to avoid all this. Jim Jordan told us today he wasn't surprised by this. They seemed to know he was going to do this. I was rather surprised. But tomorrow, Al Schmidt, 12:15, the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania, meaning the person in charge of the voter rolls, the whole process of this, and a Republican. We hear that all the time. He'll be on. A lot of questions coming off Jersey about this, and also about where we stand in Pennsylvania and some of the stuff that Scott Presler has done already with Chester County and these others with non-citizens that are on the voter roll. So, look, this is his area of expertise. This is what he does all day long. If you have questions, though, don't wait until after Al Schmidt tomorrow. Hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210 or send me an email, and I'll consider them. I have a few, but I have to get in there with him to see where he's going with this, because Pennsylvania is one of the targets next with Homeland Security. There are already lawsuits, pressures out there. Give us this document or that document, and away we'll go. But a little bit more tomorrow, too. We got into it today. Kind of a look back at COVID. And God bless Bill Devlin in Kenya, giving us 200 people that he kept them in their job, some of them police, maybe some of them military, when others would not even meet with these people who had deep concerns. Do I know if they're religious with some of these men? Maybe. But they were at least afraid of the side effects, et cetera, coming out of this. Maybe some of them were moms-to-be, and yet those 200 were able to not be wounded by what happened during COVID. And Corey DeAngelis on with us, if you missed him. The big upgrade here, school choice got quite a push. We're now at 31 states that have signed off the big, beautiful bill that will take effect in January. 52 million kids that came out yesterday across the country, 52 million are eligible to get that school choice. Now, I don't know the Trump administration when they're going to do it, but they have to get on the ball to make people realize if you contribute the $1,700, you get that back off your federal taxes. That's what the whole idea is. Will people do that? That's a big unknown, because if they do, imagine even 2 to 3 to 5 million of these kids being freed from school districts like the Philadelphia Public School, or, take your pick, any number of these school districts that are just fraudulent. They're not proficient. They're never going to be proficient. They're not even going to have air conditioners, no matter how many Eagles quarterbacks are generous and give it to them. All right, the afternoon show is next. 3 big hours. Hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, and do be ready tomorrow. Al Schmidt with us, thanks to Henry, at 12:15. Thanks for listening, noon until 3, right here on Talk Radio 1210